The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by guest chaplain, Reverend Brett Jamrog of the Sacred Heart Parish, Norfolk, Nebraska.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, you fashioned man and woman in your own image and likeness, so that we could know, love, and serve you. Today we thank you and praise you for the opportunity to be here as men and women who represent our country. During this meeting, we invoke your help, God, to guide our thoughts, words, and actions so that they are in accord with your providential plan. Grant that all the men and women here, inspired by the gift of faith, will be attentive to the needs of all, so that sharing their grief and pain, they may constantly devote themselves to the service of all. Make all present here serve our country after the example of Christ, your Son, so that our country can stand as a living witness to truth and freedom, to peace and justice, that all people may be raised up to a new hope. Amen. In the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome Father Brett Jamrog, who delivered this morning's prayer as a guest chaplain for the day. Father Jamrog is a native of Lincoln, Nebraska, and a priest of the Archdiocese of Omaha. Ordained in 2022, he has served my home parish, Sacred Heart in Norfolk, for the last 2 years. Even at this early point in his ministry, he's had a big impact on his community by providing sacraments to the lay faithful on a daily basis and teaching in our school. Father's presence here today reminds us of the foundational role that faith plays in forming leaders and guiding our country. It's a great honor to host Father Jamrog here in Washington. His words of prayer this morning were a blessing to this chamber. May Father Jamrog's words continue to remain with us as he takes up our work for the day. Once again, we extend our gratitude to Father Jamrog for serving as today's guest chaplain. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of Du Bois Central Catholic High School softball team on their first ever state championship victory. On June 13th at Penn State's Medler Field at Lebrano Park, this team made history by winning the school's first ever PIAA Single A Crown State Championship, defeating Carmichael's High School 2-0. Du Bois Central completed the season with an outstanding 21-2 record. Marina Haynes put Du Bois Central Catholic on the board in the 5th inning with a line double to left field. At the top of the 6th, her teammate, Milia Miscavige, added another run to seal the deal for DCC. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic win for the Cardinals, as it is their first state championship victory in program history. I'm incredibly proud of the team and Coach Heigl for his heroic season. Congratulations to the DCC Cardinals on this impressive victory, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the time I'm done speaking, 11 people will have died from gun violence in our country. By the end of the day, it'll be 120. If we continue down this trajectory, more than 43,000 people will die from gun violence this year. This legislative body needs to take more action beyond thoughts and prayers. I introduced the Wear Orange resolution this Gun Violence Awareness Month in honor of Hydea Pendleton. She would have turned 27 years old this month, but her life was cut short at 15 when she was shot and killed. Every time I rise to urge Congress to pass common sense gun safety laws, I remember Hydea, who should have been safe at a park. 2 years ago, we passed the first federal gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years. We could not wait another 30 years. It has only been a minute, and 11 more people have died from gun violence. I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the growing impact of President Biden's student loan bailouts on our federal deficit. Over the past 3 years, President Biden has repeatedly bypassed Congress and the courts to cancel student loans. His actions have fueled inflation and have now become the #1 factor in growing the federal deficit, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Let's be clear, canceling student debt is not free. Just this year, student loan bailouts will cost federal taxpayers $145 billion. While debtors won't be responsible for their loans anymore, taxpayers will still be paying principal and interest. Every dollar President Biden cancels in student loans adds directly to our country's crippling $35 million debt, trillion dollar debt. And it's only getting worse. Interest payments on our national debt have nearly doubled in the last few years, crossing $1 trillion for the first time in 2023. We cannot go on like this. It's time to stop these outrageous loan bailouts and restore fiscal sanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Stephanie Berugian, a pioneer in local journalism and one of the icons of journalism in the San Joaquin Valley. After 42 years at KC24, the Fresno NBC affiliate, Stephanie, I say, is sadly, for me, retiring from the news desk. After graduating from Fresno State in 1981, a loyal Bulldog, Stephanie started in radio before landing her first job as a reporter. She worked on every newscast, reporting stories on medical missions to Armenia, women battling cancer as a part of the Buddy Check 24 project. Many stories, including the continued coverage of the COVID crisis. She never, ever shirked her responsibilities. I've had the honor to know Stephanie and her husband, Mark. She brings a wealth of knowledge and a real sense of compassion to journalism that resonates with my constituents and the people of our valley. She, in a word, conveys trust. Her legacy in so many different ways will continue to inspire the next generation of journalists. Stephanie is a proud granddaughter of the Armenian diaspora, and she has always put the people of our valley first. Thank you, Stephanie, for all your years of service to our valley, and keep up the good work. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and review.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the New Manna Christian School baseball team for winning their second straight North Carolina Christian School Association's 1A title. The Wind won a shutout victory of 10-0 in the quarterfinals, then went on to win the state championship 5-3. This win continues a dominant run for New Manna's baseball program within their fourth consecutive year of double-figure wins, back-to-back state titles, and their third state championship in the past 4 years. Congratulations, New Manna Wind. You've again made North Carolina proud, as well as Marion, North Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of all the women who don't have the opportunity to stand here today. Since the Dobbs decision, Republicans have imposed draconian bans to endanger women for the sake of power. Their obsession is power. Power over their wives, sisters, daughters, every woman in our country. Donald Trump, my Governor Greg Abbott, and their cronies seem to take joy in the harm they cause women, despite their oath to protect them. Already calls to the National Domestic Violence Hotline about rape or sabotage birth control have nearly doubled. The laws enacted by extreme MAGA lawmakers have increased domestic abuse and carry their stain on their hands. But when Greg Abbott looks at these facts, it's like the porch light is on, but nobody is home. Back home in Texas, we say, don't mess with Texas. Well, I'm here to tell Greg Abbott and Donald Trump, don't mess with Texas women. This is why we'll always put women over politics and health care over bans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the city of Woodruff as it celebrates its 150th anniversary. Established in 1874 with a modest population of just 200, Woodruff has experienced remarkable growth over the past century and a half. Today, it proudly boasts about 5,000 residents and has ambitious plans to extend to 18,000 by 2029. In addition to its impressive growth, Woodruff recently received exciting news that BMW Group will invest over $700 million to establish a high-voltage battery assembly plant along South Carolina Highway 101. This substantial investment signifies a new era of economic prosperity for the city. To commemorate this historic milestone, the city of Woodruff will bury a time capsule on June 28th. The celebration will feature live music and fireworks, creating lasting memories for the community. The time capsule will be a gift to future generations and is set to be opened in 2074. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
You're recognized for 1 minute. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to applaud Surgeon General Vivek Murthy for officially calling our gun violence epidemic what it is, a public health crisis. The numbers paint the picture. 120 Americans are killed and more than 200 are wounded by guns every day. The leading cause of death among children and teens in America is gun violence. 4,600 precious children killed in 2022 alone, an average of 2 mass shootings each day for the past 3 years. These numbers should horrify us because they are not numbers. They're people whose lives have been stolen, families with unimaginable pain. Dr. Murthy's declaration treats our gun violence crisis with the urgency it demands. It opens doors for us to build upon the small progress we are making. 2 years ago this week, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first gun violence safety law in 30 years. We did so together in the shadow of a horrific set of mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. This will not be our last step. We must ban automatic rifles, strengthen universal background checks, and require safe storage. This is a public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, I ask us to face it. Doing so will save lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the staff that make our work possible, and one staff member in particular who has dutifully served the House for 20 years, Rebecca Snyder. When I started this body 4 years ago, I hit the ground running, in large part due to Rebecca. She has directly assisted over 1,100 constituents and helped rightfully return over $10 million to taxpayers while she has worked with me. As our Military Service Academy Coordinator, she has up-leveled and diversified the nominees heading to our nation's prestigious service academies. Her former bosses, Congressman Adam Smith and Mr. Denny Heck, my predecessor, remember Rebecca as being a trusted and determined constituent advocate, helping us better serve the American people. Rebecca has made it her life's work to serve our nation with 20 years of service in the U.S. Navy prior to the U.S. House. Enlisting at the age of 19, serving as an aviation electrician tech, she rose to the rank of Chief Petty Officer when she separated in 2004. Rebecca is the very best of a public servant, determined and constituent focused, with a little bit of tough as nails thrown in. Rebecca, thank you so much for all you do for the people across the South Sound and the work you continue to do. We are grateful to your service to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8774. Will the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill, H.R. 8774, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for the purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Thursday, June 27, 2024, Amendment Number 129, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 163, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Gentlelady from New York.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 163, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment number 163 to the Defense Appropriations Bill to prohibit funding for President Biden's executive order number 14019, entitled Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting. This executive order requires federal agencies to use their power, influence, and resources and federal funding, taxpayer cash, to enter into agreements with non-governmental organizations, third-party organizations, to conduct voter registration and other voter mobilization activities, including vote harvesting. Mr. Chair, this executive order is nothing but a blatant attempt to transform the federal government into a partisan, get-out-the-vote machine for Democrats. The Department of Defense should be completely nonpartisan and should be using taxpayer funds to actively engage, should not be using taxpayer funds to actively engage in get-out-the-vote operations that have nothing to do with the core mission of the Department of Defense. Not to mention the obvious mission creep and Hatch Act violations this activity would trigger. Mr. Chair, President Biden should not be weaponizing the federal government spending using American taxpayer dollars to manipulate and steer our election in a partisan manner. As the co-founder and the chair of the Election Integrity Caucus, it is my privilege to introduce this amendment to restore transparency and confidence in our democratic process while keeping partisan federal bureaucrats and the swamp, literally, from deliberately tipping the balance at the ballot box. I stand firmly behind the concept of one citizen, one vote, as enshrined in our Constitution. However, I do not support this blatantly partisan mobilization of the federal government for political purposes, especially at such a critical time in the world. The Department of Defense should be laser focused on the missions at hand and countering our adversaries, such as the Chinese Communist Party, not implementing a partisan get-out-the-vote initiative. With that, Mr. Chair, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, which will preserve election integrity, stop the Biden administration from transforming the Department of Defense into a get-out-the-vote partisan machine for the Democrats. Let's make voting great again. I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment banning sections of Executive Order 14019. This is another example of the majority proposing language that is not germane to this bill. Mr. Chair, call me a traditionalist, call me a person who respects the roles that different committees have, but this is not germane to this bill. Section 1 of the executive order states, and I quote, "The right to vote is a foundation of American democracy. Free and fair elections that reflect the will of the American people must be protected and defended." And Section 2 states that it is a policy of my administration, referring to the Biden administration, to promote and defend the right to vote for all Americans who are legally entitled to participate in this election. Now, I don't understand the concern of this order, since it had several places directs officials to conform to the laws of the United States. And furthermore, Mr. Chair, as I spoke about germaneness earlier, I don't understand how this amendment was made in order, especially when the Department of Defense bill has, in the gentlewoman's amendment, exclusions, references to the military. So in the amendment, which the clerk has in front, it exempts sections 7, 8, and I believe it's 10. I'm trying to do it from memory, Mr. Chair. Which deals with the Department of Defense. So the Department of Defense is totally excluded from anything that the gentlewoman would like to resolve with her amendment. Therefore, it makes it totally non-germane. So for that reason alone, I strongly object to this amendment because of its non-germaneness to this bill. And in the comments that have been made, it's about making sure that the Department of Defense somehow is making sure that they follow the law. The Department of Defense is excluded in this amendment, and so the gentlewoman's reference to the Department of Defense being laser focused on this amendment is very confusing to me, Mr. Chair, when it is excluded and it is non-germane to this bill. With that, I reserve my time.
The lady reserves the balance of her time. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, our Constitution clearly states the administration of elections is in the providence of the states. It is not for the federal government to use federal agencies to coordinate with third-party partisan groups using taxpayer dollars in order to get out the vote for Democrats. Our mission of the Department of Defense is to protect and secure our nation, not to get the vote out. We encourage and want every member of the military who's an eligible citizen to vote in our elections. We do not want them to be in a partisan manner and have our taxpayer dollars used in a partisan way for a vote harvesting scheme conceived by the Democrats and by this executive order. And first of all, this is mission creep. The Department of Defense has to focus on its very serious mission. This is germane. We are using taxpayer dollars, taking military members and people paid under the Department of Defense to work on vote harvesting schemes, not on their mission of protecting the American people. And with that, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment and make voting great again and make our free and fair elections once again possible in the United States of America. And with that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, could I inquire how much time I have left?
Lady has 2.5 minutes remaining.
And Mr. Chair, did I understand correctly that the gentlewoman has yielded back her time, so this would be my time to close?
That's correct.
Thank you. I just want to once again state that especially with the exemptions to the military, that this piece of legislation is not germane to the Defense Appropriations Bill. And we have to stop in this institution putting non-germane issues, especially authorizing issues, into appropriations bills. We each have our roles, and we need to respect them. The gentlewoman's concerned about the Biden administration somehow doing something inappropriate by making sure that every American has the opportunity and the acknowledgement of when and how to vote. Maybe she's concerned, Mr. Chair, because the OSC, which is the Office of Special Counsel, found 13 violations by senior Trump administrators, including 2 violations in connection with the 2020 RNC. Their report outlined how these 13 officials used their authority to influence and interfere or affect the results of the 2022 presidential election. So maybe that's why she's concerned, because she saw abuses in the previous administration. I believe this administration will uphold the law. They restated that they will. And Mr. Chair, once again, this amendment is not germane to this bill, and it is not necessary, but I do share the gentlewoman's concerns that the previous administration violated the law. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd recognize me.
Gentlelady.
Thank you. I would like to have a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to offer my amendment to prohibit any funding to finalize, implement, or enforce the Federal Acquisition Regulation, known as FAR, Council's proposed Federal Acquisition Regulation disclosure of greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risk rule. Mr. Chair, this disastrous rule proposed by the FAR Council has numerous constitutional, national security, and practical concerns, none of which have been adequately addressed by the FAR Council, nor the Council on Environmental Quality, who have pushed for this rule. First and foremost, this rule requires all federal contractors that do more than $50 million worth of business with the federal government to disclose all Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. This rule also seeks to require major federal contractors to comply with the Paris Climate Accords, which has never been ratified by the Senate. But the most objectionable part of this rule is the requirement that companies set climate targets and then have them, and required to have them validated by one specifically named company called Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. SBTI is a foreign entity based in London, which inherently carries national security concerns. Under this rule, every major federal contractor, including companies critical to our national security and our defense industrial base, would have to provide this foreign company with information about all of their Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and then strategize on how to reduce them. Despite the existence of numerous American and U.S.-based companies that could fill the same role, the FAR Council and CEQ, Council on Environmental Quality, chose a foreign entity as the named sole source provider. Why? Because SBTI is nothing but a front for Democratic donors and advocacy groups. SBTI is owned by the We Mean Business Coalition, which is a project of the New Venture Fund, which is managed by none other than Arabella Advisors. Arabella Advisors, for those who do not know, is the George Soros-funded left-wing advocacy group that funnels dark money to left-wing causes and candidates. To summarize, the Biden administration has named a subsidiary of one of its top donors, a left-wing dark money organization, as the sole source provider for all climate target validating for all major federal contractors. During a hearing in the Science, Space, and Technology Committee on this rule, even the Democrats' witness said that SBTI was a poor choice for this role, yet the Biden administration forged ahead anyway. I look forward to continuing my work with Chairman Lucas, Chairman Olbernolte, and all my colleagues on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee to get to the bottom of this rule's creation and halt its implementation. Mr. Chair, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read this amendment carefully, and what I saw in this amendment and the policy choices that it engages have nothing to do with what I just heard from the proponent of this amendment. So let me deal with the merits of this amendment as it stands and as it relates specifically to the Department of Defense. And this amendment in that context is just another in a long line of initiatives by my colleagues to drive out of the Department of Defense any concern for, much less mention of, anything bearing the name of or in any way implicating the dreaded phrase climate change. Based on this amendment, this apparently includes any reference to consideration of greenhouse gas emissions or extreme weather risk in federal procurement. All this despite the fact that the DoD itself is eyes wide open on the realities of climate change, as we've seen repeatedly in this debate. So let's unpack the real amendment here and ask ourselves what it actually does. Well, very directly, first of all, this amendment would defund any requirement by DoD that greenhouse gas emissions or climate-related risk be disclosed by companies doing business with the Department of Defense. Now, it's nothing new to utilize federal procurement to address broader concerns, especially when the largest procurement office in the federal government is the Department of Defense. So the only real conclusion to be reached from the amendment is that greenhouse gas emissions and climate risks are not broader concerns, nor are they concerns, certainly, to the Department of Defense. In fact, for the Department of Defense and federal government contracting to look at this amendment, those can't be factored in at all. They can't even be known. So let's just take a couple of examples, and yes, let's assume everything else. So let's take out of this argument the false argument that somehow it is going to detract from quality, cost, quantity. Let's equalize that. That's all part of federal procurement anyway. And let's just look at the amendment itself and with DoD requirements in some real examples. So let's take an example. One contractor, proposed contractor, is utilizing the dirtiest, largest emitting, most unsustainable forms of energy for a product, while the other, quality, quantity, productivity, everything else equal, has invested in clean energy consistent with international emission targets, not to mention our own targets. Should we factor that in at all in federal procurement? Should we even know that? Should we effectively penalize the company that is doing the right thing and incentivize the company that is not? I think the answer is that we should know it and we should factor it in. Let's take another example. One contractor has fully disclosed any risks of extreme weather conditions on its business model, its financial stability, its climate-related resilient preparedness, the continuity and predictability of operations on key supply chain components, while the other has ignored the obvious concerns that may lead to disruption of key components and higher costs, unexpected costs in the procurement cycle, fiscal insolvency. Should we factor that in? Should we even know it in federal procurement? I think the answer is yes. Clearly, in both instances, realistic and prudent defense procurement, not to mention compelling national policy, says yes. This amendment, at the end of the day, is grounded in the incorrect assumption that a strong defense industrial base is fundamentally incompatible with cleaner, sustainable energy and climate resiliency. That is not correct. We know that, and the Department of Defense knows that. And the Department of Defense, moreover, knows that if we don't address climate-related risk around the world in all parts of its operations, from operations to readiness to procurement, that it faces greater risks. Let's let the Department of Defense address these issues without weighing in with denial and diversion and fear-mongering. I urge that we oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, the gentleman is wrong about this amendment. It simply states the amendment defunds and causes us not to fund the implementation of this particular rule, has nothing to do with climate change, has nothing to do with any of those allegations he's just set forth in his prepared notes. It's all bluster. This rule is about the fact that this is a sole source contract. SBTI was incorporated after the rule was actually made. They were trying to find a company that they could use that would get the answers they wanted. There's no choice for any American company. No U.S.-based company in this category has a choice. They must use this Arabella dark money super PAC money umbrella that is funded by left-wing George Soros and all these organizations in order to get their contracts approved. There isn't a choice. You can't go to anyone else. Even the Democrats in the Science, Space and Technology Committee admitted there was no other choice. And here's a company created after the fact that they needed somebody to validate what they wanted, not to determine what the actual science was. This isn't a debate about climate change. It's a debate about science and making sure that our companies have their secrets secured, that they're with American-based companies that we can provide oversight for, that the Department of Defense can provide its oversight. It's not about some kind of climate issue. It really doesn't address that at all. It really addresses the national security concerns. It addresses the problem that we have a company that is foreign-owned, which is requiring American-based companies to disclose only to them, with no choice, a sole source. This is not, not actually acceptable under DoD rules, and that's why we want this particular rule to be held up until we can get other options for our U.S.-based companies that ensure the security of the American people. This is a sad attempt at trying to politicize, again, the Department of Defense under the guise of some kind of climate rule. With that, I yield.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, let's read the amendment. There's no mention in this amendment of this mysterious company. There is no commitment by the Department of Defense to use a specific company. This is a matter of disclosure. These companies have to disclose this information to the Department of Defense. This is also still a proposed rule, and certainly there's enough time in the process for us to carry out any concerns over, directed sole sourcing or national security, which I think is just a red herring. Of course, this is about climate change. Of course, this is about a continued effort to deny climate change. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, the distinguished ranking member of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I cannot in good faith support this legislation without the inclusion of funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules had permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would protect funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative that has been included in this defense appropriations bill since 2016. USAI is a major reason why the Ukrainian army is a much different, a much better army than it was when the Russians took Crimea a decade ago. This program is central to the strategy to help Ukraine fight Russian aggression, and therefore central to our own efforts to protect democracy across the globe. Ukraine's battle for its independence has not ended. Our support for them must not end either. Many people in this room voted to provide $61 billion in supplemental funding for Ukraine, but it's important to remember that $13 billion went to replenish U.S. equipment. $7 billion went to strengthen our industrial base and to increase weapons production, and $7 billion to bolster U.S. forces in Europe and the Middle East. But it's still not enough. As recently as March, Russia was firing around 10,000 shells a day compared to just 2,000 from the Ukrainian side. Putin has indeed doubled down, dramatically increasing his military production to the point of 29% of his budget. UASI allows Ukraine to purchase weapons and equipment directly from U.S. manufacturers. An investment in this initiative is an investment in our own economy, not a handout. The program has been used to integrate the Ukraine military with Western militaries, increasing their capabilities and training their soldiers. but it's critical to understand that the Department of Defense has committed $8.2 billion of the approximately $13.8 billion in UASI funding appropriated through the Ukraine supplemental and anticipates committing the remainder of the funds by the end of calendar year 2024. If we fail to continue this funding, we would effectively signal to authoritarian leaders around the world with expansionist ambition that the U.S. will allow them to act with impunity. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for the MTR, and I look forward to voting for it. Let me just add, the Ukrainian Supplemental Assistance Initiative has long-term spending, which has been in the bill since 2016. And as the gentleman pointed out, that's one of the reasons why Ukraine was ready to stand up to this unjustified, hostile invasion by Russia. So let us work together and coordinate closely with our allies. Let us support the MTR, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. It's now in order to consider amendment number 171, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 171, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this vital amendment to prohibit funds in the bill from being used to acquire, use, sell, or transfer cluster munitions in an effort to avert more widespread harm to civilians in areas contaminated with unexploded ordnance. Cluster bombs are not winning weapons, but indiscriminate munitions that blanket large areas, contaminating land and inflicting disproportionate harm on civilians. Cluster munitions are shells that contain dozens of smaller bomblets that disperse into the air and scatter over areas the size of several football fields. Their lack of precision targeting capabilities increases the risk of their falling into civilian areas and makes it very difficult to decontaminate those bombed areas. The extreme threat to civilians, furthermore, that these weapons pose far outweighs the potential military benefit. The 2023 Cluster Munition Monitor Report found there were at least 1,172 new cluster munition casualties globally in 2022. That's the highest annual number of casualties since at least 2010. In 2022, civilians accounted for approximately 95% of all cluster munitions casualties. And of that 95%, children accounted for over 70% of the civilian casualties. Thousands of communities across Southeast Asia, the Caucasus, and Eastern Europe face lingering dangers from landmines and explosive remnants of war dating back to World War II, the Vietnam War, and the Indochina Wars, with many of the Pacific Island nations still contaminated with unexploded ordnance following World War II battles between Japan and Allied forces. Laos, the most heavily bombed country per capita in history, has suffered an estimated 50,000 civilian casualties from explosive remnants of war since 1964. Cambodia and Vietnam have seen over 64,000 and 105,000 casualties, respectively, since 1975. The 2008 Convention on Cluster Munitions has 112 party states and 12 signatories, including the majority of our NATO allies. The transfer of these weapons by the U.S. is contrary to the global norm against the use, transfer, and stockpiling of cluster munitions. There is a reason why the vast majority of the international community has banned these weapons, and it's time for the U.S. to do the same. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Ukraine is in a fight for its survival, and artillery has been a critical part of that in its defense. Cluster munitions fill a much-needed gap until production of 155 millimeter rounds can catch up. We have a shortage of those rounds. The Russians have been using cluster munitions for over 2.5 years, since the beginning of this conflict. We should not limit Ukraine's ability to respond in kind. Moreover, the amendment goes beyond prohibiting the transfer of cluster munitions to Ukraine. It would tie our hands in future conflicts, prohibiting the option to use these munitions in contingencies where the only other option are larger munitions that suffer even more casualties. Additionally, it's not hard to imagine a situation where we might need to transfer these munitions to other allies and partners, such as Taiwan or South Korea. We should not impede our own defense or that of our allies and partners with a complete prohibition on cluster munitions. I urge a no vote and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
May I inquire how much time is left?
The gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the chair, ranking member of the subcommittee.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. In the case of Ukraine, I continue to remain concerned that allowing these munitions to go onto the battlefield undermines our moral authority and places the United States in a position that contradicts 23 of our NATO allies who have joined the Convention on Cluster Mines. I want to be clear, though, I'm a strong supporter of the Biden administration policy in Ukraine. And this is a difficult position that the Ukrainian military has been put in. Yes, Russia has used these types of munitions inside of Ukraine. So when we were short on delivering the security that we promised Ukraine for help, cluster bombs became something that the administration put in the mix. I wasn't supportive of that, but I do realize that this is the choice between the lesser of two evils in the war that Ukraine has been faced to fight because of the Russian invasion. So I want to get to a place where we don't have these choices in front of us and that we are not transferring these weapons.
The gentlelady from Nevada reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank Chairman Calvert for yielding me some time. I rise today in support of the Cluster Munitions Prohibition Amendment. We've heard from members speaking in favor of this amendment, and I'd like to echo their concerns from a military perspective. Cluster munitions do kill innocent civilians, but they also are incredibly deadly to U.S. military personnel as well. The vast majority of cluster munitions lack a self-destruct capability and have failure rates from 2 to 40%. With many of these war-torn nations unable to adequately address their own UXO clearance operations, often due to a lack of having their own EOD-trained personnel, this is where the United States military steps in. Through programs like the Humanitarian Demining Research and Development Program and Humanitarian Mine Action Program, the U.S. Department of Defense sends highly skilled EOD personnel to provide demining assistance to partner nations post-conflict. This means that even if the United States is not directly involved in a conflict, we send America's EOD personnel into harm's way when they conduct clearance operations. President Biden has provided Ukraine with cluster munitions for use against Russia, and anyone would be a fool to believe that when the Ukraine-Russia conflict is over, American EOD personnel will not be sent to assist in post-conflict clearance operations. On my last visit to EOD Memorial Wall at Eglin Air Force Base, I reread the names of 344 fallen EOD technicians. If we don't support the Cluster Munitions Prohibition Amendment, we will be adding more names to that wall. As the founder and co-chair of the Congressional EOD Explosive Ordnance Disposal Caucus, it is my duty to be a voice in Congress for America's EOD personnel. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves.
Final point I would make, the dud rate on the Russian cluster munitions, exceeds 30%, where the dud rate with the U.S. munition is extremely low. It's a terrible weapon. War is a terrible thing. And these weapons are necessary for us to have our allies win. And so I would ask that we defeat this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for pointing out the danger of these weapons, not just to the victims, but also to our old troops. As far as the dud rates go, the Department of Defense has indeed stated that DPICMs have a low dud rate, 2.35%, as the department has said. This figure, however, does not tell the whole story. DOD tests the dud rate by dropping bomblets on a concrete surface. Obviously, every little bomblet will detonate on concrete, but that's not representative of the environments where they are deployed. When cluster munitions are dropped in mud, snow, marshes, and certain soft terrain, that dud rate skyrockets upwards of 50%. The DOD's announced dud rate figure cannot be taken at face value, and constructing an argument against this amendment solely based on that foundation is truly flawed. I just point out again the damage that is done to humanity by these weapons, and the majority of those who are casualties are children. And I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Nevada. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Nevada will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-559, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 163 by Ms. Tenney of New York. Amendment number 164 by Ms. Tenney of New York. Amendment 171 by Ms. Titus of Nevada. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment number 163, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 163, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Is there any member wishing to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 187. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will re-designate the amendment.
Amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. And members, this is a 2-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 199. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 171, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 171, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise. A significant number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this is a 2-minute vote.
Wait a minute. I got it. On this vote, the yeas are 129.
We're back open soon.
Mr. Bean. Voted aye. Mr. Nunn of Iowa. Votes no. Mr. Barr. Votes no. Mr. James. Off, aye, on, no. Mr. James.
vote, the yeas are 129. The nays are 284. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises. The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 8774, and pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I report the bill is amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8774, and pursuant to House Resolution 1316, reports this bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under House Resolution 1316, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Hey, here you go. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Quigley of Illinois moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 8774, to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are ordered. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit. Will be followed by 5 minutes vote on passage of H.R. 8774, a motion to remit H.R. 8752 if offered, passage of H.R. 8752, a motion to recommit H.R. 8771 if offered, and passage of H.R. 8771. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. have 1 minute left. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8752 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Wasn't ready for that. H.R. 8752, a bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
She's done. Under House Resolution 1316, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
She done? For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8752 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Please, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman ask for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device, and members, this is a 5-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 203. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8771 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 457, H.R. 8771, a bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Meng of New York moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 8771, to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
For the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. The votes favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. The sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 212. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of the Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Members, you have 1 minute. On this vote, the ayes are 212, the nays are 200. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? The House will be in order. This House will be in order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, we were all saddened to learn today of the passing of the spouse of one of our members, Thomas Massie, the gentleman from Kentucky. His wife, Rhonda, of many years, they were childhood sweethearts. She suddenly passed away yesterday. Mr. Massie had to drive home to Kentucky and be home with his family, which is where he is today. I would ask everybody in the chamber and everybody around the complex to please rise and observe a moment of silence and offer your prayers and thoughts and condolences for our good friend from Kentucky. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 8752, H.R. 8771, and H.R. 8774 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to...
The gentleman will suspend. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day in this chamber, as we, as members of Congress, Republican and Democrat, do the hard work of the House and the people that we represent, we rely heavily on the great staff, people that have dedicated themselves to service to help us get this House functioning, do the work that we need to do, and to help us do our jobs better. And from time to time, some of those great staff go on to do other things. And today, unfortunately, is one of those days. And I rise to pay tribute to Annie Wolf. And Annie is here with us today. Annie has served here in the House for 10 years on the floor. And as we know, the intensity of floor duty for those staffers that work here, that's when some of the most heated things happen, and you need a level staff. You need staff that really understand the rules of the House, that understand how to keep us on track so that we can still get the things done we need to, even when we have some of the hottest debates. And Annie is one of those people that has always been a calming voice, always been a person you can come to and ask for guidance. Whether she might agree or disagree with what you're trying to achieve, she will help you understand what the rules are to do what you want to do. And that's what professional staff are all about. And that's what Annie has done. Like I said, for 10 years here on the floor, 5.5 of those in my office. And I've been honored to have Annie work in my office. And I think so many people on both sides of the aisle, I think, have been better legislators because of the professionalism of Annie Wolf. She's going to go on and do some bigger things. She's young. She's got a bright future ahead of her. But I just want to thank her for her years of service here and all the things that she's done for this institution to make this a better institution so that we, the people that serve the people of the United States, can do our jobs properly. And in the gallery watching, we have her mom, Mary Minkler is here. Where is she? Annie's mom. Annie's husband is here, Adam Wolf. I know you provide a lot of sacrifice, take care of things, take care of the family when she's here working late hours, because we've had a lot of late nights, but we've gotten a lot of big things done because of Annie. And thank you. And her brother, Patrick, is here as well. And so to the entire Wolf family. We thank you for loaning her to us to provide this great service to this country. She's going to go on to bigger and better things, but we will miss her here, and we want to thank Annie Wolf for her service to the United States House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentlelady will be missed. The chair lays before the House communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C. I hereby designate the period from Friday, June 28, 2024 through Sunday, July 7, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Well, the gentleman from Georgia is now recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Abbott Massey, who recently passed away at the age of 96. Abbott Massey was a respected leader across the state of Georgia. He was appointed in 1959 as the director of what is now the Georgia Department of Economic Development before he was named the president of the Georgia Poultry Federation, a position he served in for 48 years. In 2009, he retired and served as president emeritus until his death. Mr. Massey was known as an icon and leader across the agriculture community and is responsible in part for the growth and success of Georgia's poultry industry, earning him the title Dean of the Poultry Industry. He used his free time to give back by serving on boards and advisory committees of countless organizations. More than this, Mr. Massey was known for his outstanding character and being a friend to everyone he met. I join all Georgians in honoring the life and mourning the loss of a Georgia giant, Mr. Abbott Massey, whose legacy will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate a local small business that has served our Northwest Ohio community for 95 years. Congratulations to Rick and Mike Dye, father and son owners, operators of Hale Performance Coatings, who are celebrating 95 years of business in Toledo. Phil Hale started Hale Chrome Services on Albion Street in 1929 during the height of the Great Depression. Gordon Dye, an employee of Mr. Hale, eventually bought the business and continued to build on the Hale legacy. Mr. Dye famously loved to say, if you give the customer quality and service, the rest will follow, a motto that Hale still lives by to this day. Today, Hale's is owned and operated by Mike Dye, who represents the third generation of Dye family ownership. Over the years, Hale's grew from its humble beginnings, expanding its original location, creating a second building on campus, and purchasing another building on Albion Street in the heart of Toledo. Hale remains committed to family ownership and reinvesting in our Toledo community as the largest and oldest local business along the vast Monroe Street corridor. I look forward to 2029 when Hale celebrates 100 years. Onward, Hales. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Tennesseans celebrating America's independence will have to pay more for their 4th of July barbecues thanks to President Biden's disastrous economic policies that have caused rampant inflation. According to the American Farm Bureau, the cost of a cookout has reached record highs, 30% higher than just 5 years ago, or $71.22 for a 10-person barbecue. Madam Speaker, while the President attempts to take away our freedoms by implementing his burdensome and wrong-headed policy agenda through executive action and administrative rulings, he is also undermining our ability to celebrate our freedoms by making almost everything more and more unaffordable. Tennesseans have rightfully had enough and will have their voices heard this November. Until then, House Republicans are committed to holding the line on the Biden administration's desire to recklessly spend our country into oblivion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the St. Paul Rodeo. For nearly 88 years, St. Paul, Oregon has been home to the beloved long-standing tradition of the nation's greatest 4th of July rodeo, and they sure do live up to their moniker. Just last year, the St. Paul Rodeo was inducted into the esteemed Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame as one of the nation's greatest rodeos, and this honor will bring more folks into St. Paul, which is a huge boon to the local economy. But the momentum of achievements keeps on coming because for the first time ever, the rodeo will now feature the women's breakaway roping event, an event that requires careful precision and dedication. And I know from personal experience how hard they work. When I was a kid, I competed in barrel racing for a hot minute. I've since changed my career, and I'm so proud of these decorated and talented cowgirls who stand as a beacon of excellence, not just in Oregon, but across the nation. Not to mention celebrating America's birthday among the traditions of our Western heritage feels like an appropriate way to honor our country's freedom and liberty. Here's to another successful rodeo, St. Paul. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just got back from the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego, and that was my 6th trip to the southern border since I've been in Congress. Communities I represent are hurting from this border crisis that has become worse than ever before under the policies of this administration. It's a national security crisis, and it's a humanitarian crisis, and it's a public health crisis. My bipartisan amendment to force the Biden administration to finally create a strategy to secure every mile of southern border was added to the Homeland Security Appropriations bills that was passed today. President Obama signed into law in 2016 a bill to require a northern border strategy, but no similar law exists today for our southern border. This will change that. We must secure our southern border, and I'll keep fighting to get this done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jackson High School students Justin Lackey, Joe Laturlo, Zachary Ferguson, Matt Smith, and Jack Lancey, operating as Team Flame Guard as the champions of the week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. These students won first place in the Company of the Year competition at the Junior Achievement National Student Leadership Summit in Washington, D.C. this year. They were inspired to create a company that sells fire safety kits after witnessing a tragedy in our community that killed a family of 4. I had the opportunity to meet these amazing students just a few weeks ago when they came to our nation's capital to compete, and they told me about their mission to help their fellow community members protect what matters the most by equipping individuals with the tools they need to prevent dangerous house fires and protect themselves from harm. The Flame Guard team worked with local fire safety officials to assemble 2 different fire safety kits, and in just 3 short months, Flame Guard arrived at the summit having sold 355 items with a net sales of over $16,000. Students like the Flame Guard team are what makes the our district the birthplace of champions. Congratulations to Flame Guard on your entrepreneurial success and your tireless dedication to community safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a true pillar of my community, my friend John L. Augustine, the recipient of the Leadership Northeast Distinguished Leadership Alumni Award. Now serving as president and CEO of Penn's Northeast, John's service to Northeastern Pennsylvania has extended over the past 25 years. Community leaders like John are essential in economic and industrial development in communities throughout Pennsylvania. As president and CEO of Penn's Northeast, John has played a vital role in planning over 45 million square feet of new industrial development throughout our district, throughout our communities, and over 350 businesses have benefited and has employed more than 35,000 people. I've known John for many years. And it's people like him who make communities thrive, expand job opportunities, improve the quality of life. John Augustine proves that you don't need to be in elected office to make communities better. Appreciate the service of all those who do just that, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor my constituent, Christopher Lopez, a generous and passionate community leader whose life has impacted countless people. Born in Cuba, Chris immigrated to the U.S. in 1966, beginning a journey marked by community building and service. After graduating from Lane Tech High School in Illinois 3, Chris's job allowed him to travel across Latin America. And while traveling, Chris took the opportunity in serving others, including helping at an orphanage in Mexico, where he grew his family by adopting his son Mario. Chris now lives with his husband Miguel in Bensonville and serves as a treasurer of Neighbor Pride, advancing services, programs, and opportunities for the LGBTQI+ community in DuPage County. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Christopher Lopez for his service, his involvement in our communities, his advocacy across the community, and his increase in LGBTQ+ inclusion. Congratulations, Chris.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor a fellow Kansan, a great neighbor, public servant, and an even better friend. Since 1985, Tim Rogers has served as Executive Director of the Salina Airport Authority. For almost 40 years, he's been at the helm of bringing the Salina Airport Authority's mission to life, to become a trusted leader, to propel economic growth, and to strengthen partnerships. Under his leadership, the Salina Regional Airport has become well known as America's fuel stop and is one of the leading forward operating locations for military and research missions in the U.S. For those of us who live in Kansas, we've seen the Salina Regional Airport grow into a thriving airport and airport industrial center that is today. That is no easy task, but Tim has led the charge to make it happen. On behalf of all of us who live in Salina, thank you, Tim. We are deeply grateful for your service, and your community is stronger because of your hard work and your leadership. We wish you well in retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, ask to address the House for up to 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor Celeste Klein, who recently retired after 52 years of teaching. Miss Celeste taught at my alma mater, St. Helena Incarnation Catholic School in the Olney neighborhood of Philadelphia. She has impacted thousands of families and mentored dozens of new teachers throughout her many years in the classroom. In recent years, she began teaching children of some of her former students. Over the course of 5 decades, she has taught every grade from kindergarten through 8th grade. As the husband of an elementary school teacher myself, I know that that is no small feat. Miss Klein is an exceptional teacher and a shining example of the importance of teachers to our nation. Her legacy will live on at St. Helena Incarnation Catholic School. So congratulations, Miss Klein, and to her wonderful family, and I wish you all the best in this next chapter of your life. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Mr. Cullen Eddie Chalker of Jacksonville, Florida, on the occasion of his 100th birthday, and to congratulate him for his many years of dedicated service in the United States Navy and on the Jacksonville Fire Department. Mr. Chalker was born on July 10, 1924, in Fernandina Beach, Florida. 17 years old, he enlisted in the United States Navy just months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. After 4 years of service to our country, he was discharged on April 6, 1946, as a Seaman First Class, Aviation Mechanics Mate, and a U.S. Navy Reserve. Shortly after completing his military service, Mr. Chalker joined the Jacksonville Fire Department as an entry-level fire private, eventually rising through the ranks to the position of District Fire Chief. Not long after joining the Jacksonville Fire Department, he met the love of his life, Isla Doobie May. The two were married in April 1949, and by 1952, they had saved up enough money to buy a home on 4th Avenue North in Jacksonville Beach, a home that Mr. Chalker still lives in 72 years later. Sadly, after 64 years of marriage, Mrs. Chalker passed away in 2013. We congratulate him on his milestone 100 years.
The gentleman is expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House with immense pride to congratulate Mr. Corrigan Willis on his well-deserved recognition as Cal High Sports Coach of the Year. Coach Willis led the Granada High School baseball team to an outstanding 32-1 record, winning the NorCal D1 title. The journey with the Matadors spans 16 seasons, where under his guidance they qualified for the NCS playoffs 9 consecutive seasons. He's a proud alum of Granada High School, including where he pitched one season 8-2 pitching record with a 418 percentage batting average. Beyond the diamond, Mr. Willis is a cherished Granada community teacher and mentor. His commitment to education is inspired by his late father, Jim Willis, and we not only celebrate Coach Willis's professional achievements, but also his dedication to his family, residing in Livermore with his wife, Deanna, and their 2 sons, Bryce and Ryan. I congratulate Coach Corrigan Willis for his outstanding achievements as Cal High 2024 State Coach of the Year. Congratulations, Coach.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Bob Gallo of Modesto, California, who passed away earlier this week. A successful businessman, Bob grew the E&J Gallo Winery into the largest family-owned winery in the world. Bob also played a key role in establishing Gallo Glass Company and other business ventures in the valley. Bob helped put Modesto on the map. He and his wife Marie supported the arts and education through the valley. Culminating in the Gallo Art Center for the Arts, Bob and Marie transferred the cultural landscape of Modesto and our valley. The loss of Bob will be deeply felt in our community. His generosity and hard work left a legacy of kindness and community spirit that will make a difference in the valley for years to come. Alexandra and I send our sincere condolences to Bob's 7 children, 22 grandchildren, and the entire Gallo family. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss yesterday's Supreme Court decision that temporarily allows women in Idaho to access emergency abortion services, upholding federal law. Make no mistake, this decision is a momentary reprieve, not a win. The court's refusal to address the key legal questions underpinning this case leaves the door open to future attacks on emergency abortion care. It is unfathomable that a woman in dire need of abortion care could be turned away from an emergency room or forced to flee her home state to receive desperately needed care. Federal law has long protected women's rights to emergency care, including abortion. But this decision means emergency reproductive health care will remain at risk in states across the country with restrictive abortion laws. Madam Speaker, I won't stop fighting back against these extreme attacks on women's fundamental freedoms.
Gentlewoman's time is
Thank
expired.
you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Fred Allen Smalls for receiving an honorary high school diploma from Georgetown High School. Mr. Smalls was born in Georgetown County and later lived in Mullins before moving to Washington, D.C. with his family. His graduation ceremony was attended by more than 100 people voicing their support, a testament to the respect and esteem Mr. Smalls has garnered. His determination is an inspiration to all of us in South Carolina. But if you ask him, though, Mr. Smalls will credit many of his accomplishments to his grandmother and his aunt, who raised him and instilled in him the value of perseverance. Congratulations once again, Mr. Smalls, to your inspiring achievement. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Marilyn and Laura Rook, whose love has become a beacon of enduring commitment. As they are celebrating their remarkable 76th wedding anniversary, yes, 76th, we're reminded of the strength of their marriage that began on May 8, 1948. With family and community members at their side, we joyously recognize the Rooks' wedding anniversary during the town of Gaston's Juneteenth holiday celebration at the Lake Gaston Community Center. Their marriage is not just a personal milestone, but a symbol of the strength of this community and a shining example of the power of love for the American people. As they continue on this extraordinary journey together, I extend my heartfelt prayer and continued happiness and blessings as they approach their oak anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week marked the 95th anniversary of President Hoover signing the law that created the historic Hoover Dam in southern Nevada, marking nearly a century of generating clean hydroelectric power for millions of Americans. But sadly, not even a structural achievement as grand as the Hoover Dam is immune from aging, and its maintenance needs are mounting. That's why I've introduced the bipartisan Help Hoover Dam Act, a simple solution that would unlock over $45 million in existing and much-needed resources for this American icon, all at no additional cost to taxpayers. Much of the work that I do here in Congress focuses on cutting red tape to make government work better for Americans. This is a dictionary definition of that. I look forward to advancing this bill so we can make sure that the Hoover Dam continues to stand as tall and proud in the 21st century as it did in the 20th. Thank you, and with that, I yield.
One yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to commemorate the recently passed longest day, marked annually by the Alzheimer's Association on the summer solstice. For the Alzheimer's Association, the summer solstice, the day with the most light, is an opportunity to spread awareness of the darkness of Alzheimer's and other dementia-related illnesses. Alzheimer's impacts millions of Americans and their families. Nearly 7 million Americans currently live with Alzheimer's. But their burden is not theirs alone. Each of these individuals have families and communities that are impacted. In fact, the Alzheimer's Association estimates that 11 million Americans provide unpaid support to patients every year, accounting for more than 18 billion hours of care. Alzheimer's impacts families in every state, every city, every neighborhood, of all races, incomes, and religions. As we commemorate this day that highlights the pain felt by so many Americans, the House must pass H.R. 619, the National Alzheimer's Project Act reauthorization, as well as H.R. 620, the Alzheimer's Accountability and Investment Act. These bipartisan bills continue our nation's commitment
time has expired.
to researching, treating, and ultimately curing this disease. We look forward to our continued support for those on the front lines. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
This consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise as Vice Chair of the Renters Caucus to introduce the Tenant Empowerment Act alongside Ranking Member Maxine Waters and Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. For decades, tenants across the country, including in my district, the MA 7th, have organized and mobilized to demand safe, stable, and affordable housing conditions. No hot water or heat during the winter, life-threatening black mold creeping up the walls, leaky roofs that let in rain and snow. These are the conditions that tenants are forced to endure with little to no recourse. How devastating and demoralizing. Our bill, the Tenant Empowerment Act, would change that. It would enable tenants to withhold paying rent if their home fails to meet quality housing standards, allow tenants to be present during building inspections, and extend tenants' rights to organize in federally assisted housing. This bill will empower renters with the tools they need to ensure that safe, stable, and affordable housing is not only a right, but a reality for every person in America. As the daughter of a tenants' rights organizer, I'm proud to put forward this necessary policy. Everyone deserves to turn the key and to have a place that feels safe, a place of belonging and refuge. And on behalf of more than 44 million families living in rental units, Congress must take action.
Gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise, and still I rise. Proud to be a person who is blessed with the preeminent privilege of standing here and speaking in this most sacred chamber. Proud to be a person who is in service to his country. Proud to acknowledge that we just in Houston, Texas, celebrated Juneteenth, the day that General Gordon Granger read General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas. General Order Number 3. General Order Number 3 was read in Galveston, Texas, to call to the attention of the people of the state of Texas that the Emancipation Proclamation had some 2.5 years earlier freed the slaves in the Confederate States. Of course, the people in Texas did not honor the Emancipation Proclamation. Hence, people were maintained in slavery for some 2.5 additional years. But General Gordon Granger didn't come to Galveston, Texas alone. General Gordon Granger came with the 25th Army Corps. The 25th Army Corps liberated Galveston, Texas. It was the 25th Army Corps that came to Galveston and ran the Confederates out of town, as it were. It is said that they were chased to the border of Mexico, which allowed General Gordon Granger to read General Order Number 3. But for the 25th Army Corps, General Gordon Granger may not have been in a position to read General Order Number 3 on June the 19th, because the 25th Army Corps came in about a week earlier. The 25th Army Corps was more than 1,000 persons strong and consisted primarily of persons who were of African ancestry. It was African people who fought to liberate Galveston, Texas. Hence, we have Juneteenth. Much more that I could say about Juneteenth and General Order Number 3, as well as the 25th Army Corps. We have presented a resolution to honor the 25th Army Corps for their bravery, for their valor. Much more to be said about them. But today I want to move forward from Juneteenth. I'd like to acknowledge it as a celebration of liberation. Persons being liberated after having suffered the inhumanity associated with slavery. Liberated. I mention this Juneteenth date because we will soon commemorate August 20th. August 20th is Slavery Remembrance Day. Remember, Juneteenth was a celebration of liberation. August 20th is a commemoration of the millions who were enslaved. I mention it now because as we move toward this date, I want persons to take note of it. It is an important date in American history. It's important because it was on August the 20th of 1619 that the White Lion, a ship with 20, it is said, 20 enslaved persons of African ancestry, they were introduced to the colonies, which would go on to become the United States of America, or part of the United States of America. And these 20 persons represent the genesis of slavery in the United States of America. This date should not be forgotten. This date should be commemorated. It was a seminal moment in time that has impacted every scintilla of time since that day, August 20th, 1619. We should remember this day and we should commemorate it because of the lives that were lost, the suffering that was had, the many persons who traversed the waters and the many who did not make it. We should remember it because of the persons who did make it and what they contributed to this country. They were the persons who made America the great country it is because they were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country. And as such, they deserve to be honored. They deserve to have their lives respected. They were not just throwaways. They were not people who came here to do harm. They were brought here, forced to help, and they did for some 246 years. So we should commemorate this day, August the 20th, August 20th. And we should do so annually. The President of the United States of America has acknowledged August 20th. And I'm proud to say that the Honorable Elizabeth Warren has joined me in this effort to spread the word and assure the commemoration of August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day. The President acknowledged it. This House of Representatives has acknowledged August 20th, 1619, as Slavery Remembrance Day. So I want to make sure that we are mindful of this day as it approaches, as we approach it. I want us to be mindful of it because I want us to set aside time to have a commemoration event. This is important. I liken this commemoration event to Holocaust remembrance. I am one of those persons who has great reverence for Holocaust remembrance. When last we had an event here in the Capitol for Holocaust remembrance, I was there. I was there the time before. I pray that I will be there next year and the many years after. I believe that the Holocaust was an event unlike any other in history. And we have to commemorate with a degree of solemnity the lives that were lost so as to not only appreciate what happened during the Holocaust, but also to assure ourselves that it will never happen again. It was a crime against humanity unlike any other. So I liken slavery remembrance to the Holocaust because it too was a crime against humanity unlike any other. And it too should be commemorated in a similar fashion. In a similar fashion. We should have solemnity for slavery remembrance, and we should also have for slavery remembrance events. People should take the time to commemorate the lives that were lost, just as we do for the Holocaust. We do this, and we should do it for both events. I stand here today to say to my country, let us give slavery remembrance the same respect that we accord Holocaust remembrance. Both of them, crimes against humanity, unlike each other, each unlike any other crimes. They are events that ought to be commemorated. My desire is to, coupled with many others I might add who are joining me, to have an event to commemorate the lives that were lost. We want to, at that event, acknowledge certain things. Acknowledge that we believe this should be a holy day, not a holiday. Not a holiday. We're not asking the federal government to allow people to be off from work, not asking the federal government to pay anyone a special salary and allow them to be away from work. We're just asking that the people who respect the day, you respect the day, and if you have African ancestry, you respect yourself enough to commemorate August 20th. So it's not a holiday, it is a holy day. The distinction being, we're not asking the government to recognize it as a holiday with some emolument to be accorded people who work for the government. We just want people to respect the more than 10 million lives that were sacrificed to make America great. Respect them. Give them the same respect we give others who have made sacrifice for this country. Others have sacrificed, and they should be respected as well. We respect the military for the sacrifices made. I respect the military for the sacrifices made. I honor those who are willing to sacrifice, who join the military. Those who are a part of the American enslaved, they didn't join, they weren't recruited, they were forced. They ought to be respected, just as we respect the lives lost in the wars. We should respect the lives lost to slavery in this great country, made great because of those persons who were enslaved for some 246 years. Let's respect them. Do this on August the 20th. And let's respect them to the same extent that we have respected persons who were members of the Confederacy. Because in the year 1956, the Congress of the United States of America presented a Congressional Gold Medal to the Confederate soldiers, a Congressional Gold Medal. I believe that we should accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. To the enslaved. To the enslaved, a Congressional Gold Medal should be presented. If we can present a Congressional Gold Medal to the Confederate soldiers who were fighting to maintain slavery, surely we can present a Congressional Gold Medal to those who were enslaved. I think we should do it. On August the 20th, we will talk about this Congressional Gold Medal and what we're doing to make this a reality, a Congressional Gold Medal for those who are enslaved. But we shouldn't stop there. The Congressional Gold Medal is something that they have, by their labor, unpaid labor, hasn't been properly addressed. But because of their labor, because of the sacrifice, born into slavery, lived in slavery, died as a slave, that kind of sacrifice ought to be honored. I believe that we'll do this at some point across the length and breadth of the country, but that's not enough. I also believe that the President of the United States should award a Presidential Medal of Freedom to the enslaved. A Presidential Medal of Freedom. We've given Presidential Medals of Freedoms to many persons, and I am not in any way contending that we should not have given them their Presidential Medals of Freedom. But I am saying that we have neglected the 10 million plus persons whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. We ought to give them a Presidential Medal of Freedom as well. August 20th, we will commemorate their lives with dignity and solemnity, and we will explain what we have done in moving toward the Congressional Gold Medal as well as the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And finally, I believe that we who have suffered ought to be of assistance to each other in helping to commemorate the suffering. When I say we who have suffered, I'm talking about our ancestors having suffered. We ought to stand together. We ought to work together. When there is Holocaust remembrance, I believe people who have suffered as the descendants, the scions, if you will, of those who were enslaved, I think we ought to do all that we can to be a party to Holocaust remembrance. And likewise, I believe that my Jewish brothers and sisters, I believe you ought to be a party to slavery remembrance. We have suffered. The suffering ought not be something that is simply another day, to the day of recognition, and then we go on. I believe that there is a certain amount of unity that suffering requires of people who have suffered, because suffering can teach you what you can learn no other way. It really teaches you why it is so important to respect the lives of those who suffered. You suffer as a descendant. And I don't mean suffer in the same sense as your ancestors or our ancestors, but we still suffer. And we're going to suffer, but we ought to commemorate the lives lost. That helps greatly. So I'm inviting my friends of all hues to be a party to the Slavery Remembrance Day event. We'll say more about it later, time and location. Inviting everyone, with a special invitation to my friends who are descendants of the persons who suffered the Holocaust. Special invitation to those persons who are descendants of those who suffered the Trail of Tears. Special invitation to those who were interned, American citizens, interned because they were suspected, never proven to be antithetical to the best interests of the country, of Asian ancestry. Special invitation. Special invitation to the Latinos who have suffered in that there's land that was removed from Mexico, became a part of the United States. Many people lost their lives in battles associated with that conflict. Special invitation to you. Anyone and everyone, which probably would mean every person alive has some degree of ancestors who suffered in a similar sense, but they're all separate and they're all different. I respect all of the suffering, and I invite persons to come to the Slavery Remembrance Day, and let us now start the process of not only remembrance, but also making it special by awarding this Congressional Gold Medal and this Presidential Medal of Freedom. I am a scion of the enslaved persons. A scion, by the way, is a descendant. A scion of the enslaved persons whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. And as a scion, I respect all who have suffered the indignity and the injustice of having their ancestors suffer. I invite scions of all hues, of all stripes, to come together on Slavery Remembrance Day, August 20th. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time to my friend who is making his way. I won't stop with my time until he has made it to the area, as he is someone that I have great respect for and would want him to be assured that I respect his time. I yield to the Speaker and to my friend.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And look, for Congressman Green, I mean, let's be honest. You know, we're almost like oceans apart as a traditional Democrat, as a conservative Republican, and yet since the day I've been here, you've always been remarkably kind to me. You are one of my little girl's favorite people because you're sweet to her. And I think it's a demonstration that we may see lots of the world differently. And you know, I'm passionately trying to convince you that the morality of making people healthier is the most powerful thing we can do in income inequality and some of the afflictions that exist in our society today. So one day I'm gonna close that deal. But thank you for being so kind to my family and I. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this one's gonna be a little thick, and I apologize right now to the person who has to try to keep these words down. Last Friday, we issued the Joint Economic Report. Joint Economic Report, the Joint Economic Committee actually has a really neat history. 1956, I think it was chartered. If you actually, I'm right now finishing up the autobiography of Milton Friedman, and he talks about the number of times, he came in front of the committee and presented ideas. It's a unique committee. It's Senate, House, and you rotate the chairmanship back and forth between the Senate and the House. So this year, Heinrich in the Senate has chairmanship. I had the vice chairmanship. If we're blessed to remain in the majority and the Speaker so chooses to let me keep the chairmanship, it comes back to me. But as Republicans, we tried to do something last year and this year, and that was instead of just taking shots at the President's economic reports, the President's budget, we actually not only pointed out where they were wrong mathematically, but we also pointed out solutions. But the hardest part here is trying to get the head around this place, the thinking around this place, the intellectual calcification that is this place, and to get them to understand the baseline math and how incredibly difficult it is. And I'm going to say this 3 or 4 times as we're going through this. I know we're in the time of election year math. So like last night's debate, there were a couple moments where I had to shut the television off because I'm bouncing off the ceiling saying, that's my president. And like what he said about Social Security, if we tax rich people by like 1% or so, we're fine. I've done presentation after presentation after presentation here with 5 PhD economists showing, hey, raise the cap for everyone over $400,000, you cover about 38% of the shortfall. Mr. President, learn your math, because when you say that in front of a national audience, you steal away the seriousness of how do we have a discussion, a debate, a mechanism to actually fix a real problem, because now you have millions and millions and millions and millions of people. Well, the president said it, it must be true. You make our job so hard trying to make a calculator do its job. You know, because at some point the math is going to win, your feelings are not. So let's actually start to do some basic education of what's in the Joint Economic Report. I'm going to walk through the scale that has moved against us, some of the things in the report that we find very, very concerning, and then we're going to walk through some of our solutions. And the point we've made over and over and over and over and over is the left's tax policy. Hey, we're going to tax people over $400,000. We're going to maximize their income tax, their estate tax, their capital gains tax, all these things. You can only get about 1.5% of the GDP of the economy. For those on the conservative side, we want to cut, but if you limit your cuts to only non-defense discretionary, you can only get about 1% of GDP. Add those two together. Every tax, every cut. You got 2.5% of GDP. This year we're borrowing, what, 8? Almost 9% of GDP. Does anyone see a math problem? It turns out what's great rhetoric, great campaign slogans is crap math. So let's do some real math. First off, for all my brothers and sisters who, and if you're upset, if you're watching at home and the room's empty, that's because we're on 1,000 televisions around the campus. And part of this presentation is not only to members of Congress, but it's to their staff. because often the staff are the ones who are young, we're talking about their future, and maybe they'll help their members understand actual math. We are now at 74% of all U.S. spending. 74% is now on autopilot, meaning 74% is mandatory spending. So the next time you have someone from the political class saying, you know, if we just get rid of foreign aid, we'll be fine, will you point out to them you just covered maybe a week and a half of borrowing? You know, if you're burning through $8 to $9 billion a day, you got to understand, stop lying to the voters. Stop making crap up, because at some point, the bond market will be the ones in charge of this country. When you're borrowing $80,000 to $100,000 a second every day, when you have to bring almost $10 trillion to market this year, both in Virgin and refinance, when the bond market gets cranky, it gets really expensive for us. So here's a point on this chart. 74% is in mandatory spending. You, Madam Speaker, and I don't get to vote on any of that. We've done it as a formula. Every dime a member of Congress now votes on is borrowed, and actually a sliver of Medicare. A sliver of even the mandatory now has to be borrowed money. So when you go home and we talk to our constituents, well, balance the budget. Okay, if I get rid of every dime of defense, we still have to borrow. If we get rid of every dime of non-defense discretionary, that's the State Department, that's the Park Service, that's the FBI, all those. You just get rid of all of government and no military. Well, those add up to, okay, you got 900 and 800. So 1.8, let's just make the math simple. We're going to borrow 2.3, maybe 2.5 trillion this year. So now come to me and tell me, find me the $500 billion in Medicare or other mandatory spending you want gone. So the next time you have someone say, just balance the budget. That's not how the math works. Every dime a member of Congress votes on today is borrowed, and a big sliver of mandatory spending now is on borrowed money. It's math. The math will win, but this place is unwilling to bathe in the facts. So let's actually walk through the part here, and we updated the chart. I don't know about the colors. This number actually got slightly better. I think there's a mistake in it, because it's basically calculated that there's no recessions, no wars, no pandemics, nothing else in here. But from today through the next 30 years, the CBO update from last week basically says, hey, over the 30 years, you're going to borrow about $115, $116 trillion. 100% of the borrowing over that 30 years is demographics. How many times do you hear anyone around here say that? It's healthcare, almost all Medicare, and a decade from now when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, do we just borrow, use general fund receipts to make up that shortfall, or will this place have the guts and a president who starts making crap up and gives us the opportunity to have a Republican, Democrat, White House, and maybe some actual econometricians and people that actually have calculators come up with a solution to actually fix it? The chart now, Social Security and Medicare run a $124 trillion deficit over the next 30 years. But the rest of the federal government has about a $9 trillion surplus, because their growth rate is actually expected to run slower than the growth of tax receipts. So how do I get people to understand here? If you want to save the republic, legalize the technology, bathe in the ways to crash the price of health care. And we've done how many presentations here saying, here's cures. Cures are moral. Here's technology. It would free you, give you more time, make you healthier. Could we legalize it? But as I've said over and over, this place has become a protection racket. And it's a protection of incumbency, not incumbent members of Congress, incumbent bureaucracies, and often people's business models. So this board's really important. You can go to CBO, look it up yourself, or I think even Brian Riedel, Manhattan Institute, is actually trying to put out an updated deck of slides to make it easy to read. So let's actually walk through a couple other things here. We actually worked through part of this on the on our Joint Economic Report, but this one is basically straight off CBO. CBO projects that net interest and mandatory program spending will exceed revenues. Really should say receipts, because revenues are something you earn, receipts are something you confiscate, but that's sort of, will exceed revenues by $1,689 billion over the next 10 years. It's simply saying, if you actually put in the mandatory programs and the interest we owe, it consumes every dollar of tax receipts. So if you come and say, David, tomorrow I need you to balance the budget, I can do it. But you got to be prepared. You have no more military, you have no more government. We're just going to do the entitlements, the earned entitlements, earned benefits, and then pay the interest back to our bondholders. That's reality. It's called math. So, what else was in both the Joint Economic Report and then also backed up by Congressional Budget Office this last week? In 9 budget years, 9 budget years, net borrowing, we're going to talk about the difference between net borrowing and gross borrowing. Net borrowing, $50.6 trillion. Now this, when we say net, this is the stuff we have to sell to the public, to the nice family in China that takes their savings and is willing to buy a U.S. savings bond. Your retirement that goes out and buys a U.S. savings bond. We are about to continue to consume. Right now, China and the United States are basically consuming much of the world's savings, investment capital. We are just chewing it up. 9 budget years, we're over $50 trillion in publicly borrowed money. But where I think that number is a bit of a fraud is because we also take things like the money, it's in Social Security, the railroad retirement, all these others, and we also borrow that. Now, we do pay interest back, which is something that's a bit of a controversy for us on the economic side, because we'll show it as a benefit. Hey, look, we had this money, but we often don't actually show the interest we're paying back, but we owe interest. If you add in the internal borrowing, the gross borrowing in 9 budget years is $56 trillion. $56 trillion. Why isn't there a sense of panic around here? Didn't anyone bother to grab the Joint Economic Report or the CBO report? We went out of our way to write our chapters so they were readable. Yeah, it's a funky looking book. It looks like the type of thing there'll be 12 people that will read it and it will sit on a shelf with dust on it. But if you actually give a damn, learn the math. Because in there we talk about ways to help stabilize U.S. debt. But if I come to you and right now and say in 9 budget years you are crossing $50 trillion in borrowing, why wasn't everyone that came behind these microphones this week talking about this? Am I just an idiot for coming behind this mic week after week, year after year? But I get people saying, well, I'm going to save $1 million on this amendment. And you start to go, great, I'm proud of you. Thank you for doing it. You realize we borrowed more during the debate than the amendment saves, because we're not willing to talk about the actual drivers of debt. It's healthcare costs, it's our demographics, and now it's the interest we have to pay, because United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. I need you to process that. One of the reasons United States bond rates are so high is if you read the S&P, read the Moody's, someone actually, come on, I'm told a bunch of people here are literate. Read. In there it says, we don't trust the United States Congress's governance. We pay a risk premium because we don't look serious about our debt. Think of that. There's 13 other countries that get to sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States, and we're the reserve currency. Yes, but there'll be some troll on some fake internet site saying, well, if we just didn't give money to this, we'd be fine. Grow up. Just grow up. Deal with the reality. All right. I'm sorry. I've had a stunning amount of caffeine. And I'm unwilling to cut back. If someone can start a 12-step program for coffee, I'm going to be your first member, but I want to hold the meetings at a Starbucks. All right. Actually, I've been backed off Starbucks. Let's do BlackRock coffee or something else. All right. Interest in mandatory program spending will exceed revenues for fiscal year 24. Guess what fiscal year we're in right now? So this isn't some projection for the future. This is today. All discretionary spending is borrowed. I'm just trying to create another chart to make the point. Everything you think of as government is today borrowed. Oh, and in this, we actually think there's a couple problems on those total receipts. It's a little quirky. We give ourselves credit for interest received, but when we don't actually charge ourselves for the credit paid, that sort of stuff. But basically the point is, everything you think of as government is borrowed. When I would talk about that a few years ago, I would have members here saying, David, you've got to stop making up stuff. You're scaring my voters. Ta-da, it happened, it's real. All right, this chart's a little tougher, but I'm trying to point out the majority of income tax pays if you actually take every dime of income tax and you add it up. This year, 36.9% of all income tax will go just to cover Medicare. And then you add in another 36.5% that's net interest. If you want to be honest, you do the gross interest, which is closer to 40%. So start to think about that. In this year, almost all the income tax is consumed by interest and Medicare. And when we go out in time, it starts being beyond. You start having 43.1% in 9 budget years of all income tax will go to Medicare, and another 42.3 will just go to interest. And if you, once again, plug in all net interest, it's closer to 45. Meaning, in 9 years, all income tax, which is, remember, we're an income tax-based tax system here. The majority of U.S. receipts come from income tax. We can't cover our interest and Medicare. And we actually crossed this threshold, I think, in like 5 years. Meaning, every dime of tax you pay will basically be just covering Medicare and covering interest. Getting older, turning 65, and your earned benefits, is that Democrat? Is it Republican? It's just demographics. And I'm going to spend some time here talking about, because we spent a lot of time in the Joint Economic Report talking about what's happened in the world. But we slowed down having children in 1990. And I'm going to actually walk through a couple things here, some of the updated reports. There's a very good chance the data is now looking like last year the entire world actually decreased in population. If any of you have your economics degree or actually read, you got to start to understand what happens to a world's growth, economic vitality, GDP growth, productivity, when the entire world may be starting to shrink population-wise. So let's walk through a few more of these. deficit reduction from granting permanent residency to legal immigrants with advanced STEM degrees. So we're going to start to walk through some of the things we say, well, you got to understand what's going on around us. If I come to you and say the population in the United States has just flattened out, and forgive the little post-it here, but even our own charts were wrong. Last year, the best data says the United States fell to 1.62 children fertility rate, basically meaning the United States population has flattened out. I'm going to show you one right here. Let's see if I can make this make sense. We're calculating that in 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. United States in 15 years will have more deaths than births. We are a dying society. We need to grow up and accept it and realize the morality. We can fix it. There is no society in the entire world that's been able to change its fertility rates. It's beyond me. Is it cultural? Is it economic? Is it technology? All I can tell you is country after country after country, they call it natalist policies. It hasn't worked. So maybe we should start to prepare for the morality of, is it moral to live in a country where you're having your 5th year in a row where primate males are dying younger? And we're going to talk about why. But be prepared. We're now looking at numbers that we were not supposed to see for a decade, and they're already here. Your society, go to Mass, go to your mall, go to this, and realize, look around, we're all gray hairs. And I accept, my wife and I, we're both 62, and I have a 2-year-old, turned 2 this week, and an 8-year-old we adopted. And it took us 10 years to do that. And yes, I have the old dad problem, but maybe once you have the hug of that child, you start to say, maybe I have a moral obligation, because the math says my children, when they enter the workforce, will be poor. The first generation in U.S. history, which will be poorer than their parents. Is that moral? Because that's what we've done. Remember the charts I was showing you before of how much we're going to borrow to maintain the benefits? Remember, in 9 budget years, in 10 years, 23% of this society will be 65 and older. Okay, it's coming. It's not a black swan. It's not going to sneak up and bite us. It's a white swan. We see it. We're just going to live in avoidance because we have people like last night, my own president, say things that were mathematically absurd instead of using the moral opportunity to basically say we need to take this seriously. Those children and this senior have the right to live in a society where they can prosper, and there's things we can do policy-wise, but we're terrified to actually think because it requires thinking. So, all right. You don't need to see that one. It's basically sort of showing the collapse of populations. So let's actually walk through solutions. We spent months with economists, many of this staff are much smarter than I am, saying, okay, we already have things like the MedPAC report that was put out a month or 2 ago that actually tells us that by 2030, so just 5-some years from now, 22% of all income tax revenues are expected to be transferred to just Medicare. It's here. I mean, if any of you act surprised a few years from now, it's your own fault. It's been being handed to us week after week by the economists who are warning us. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, all right, Schweikert, we're going to do things. We're actually going to find ways to actually deal with our population flattening out, the incredibly high interest, because in fact, we're just moving back to normal interest coverage and cost. Oh, by the way, we have a population that's getting older very, very fast, and they have their earned benefits. We made a deal. You earned your benefits. You worked your 40 quarters, you get your Social Security. You worked a certain amount, you get your Medicare. It is our societal contract. How do we pay for it? And if someone says, well, we're just going to grow our way out. Okay, back to the math we already did. All the taxes about 1.5% of GDP, all of our cuts, which we should do, about 1% of GDP. The baseline is borrowing about 6 to 7% of GDP. This year, we're just a couple points above that baseline. You have a massive math gap there. Our rhetoric doesn't actually match reality. So let's actually walk through one. One of the things we've talked about is if this data is true, that the entire world last year may have had zero population growth, which is crazy to think about. Think about all the things, growing up in the 70s and 80s, you had, that book, The Population Bomb. The only thing that the author actually got right was the spelling of his own name. It was wrong. The Malthusians have been with us for centuries, and they continue to be wrong. We are Americans. God gave us incredible talents and gifts to solve problems. Why don't we think about that? I want to make an economic argument. In the 70s and 80s, the world fought for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we fought for rare earths. In the future, we're going to fight for smart people. Why don't we start to fix our policies? And President Trump, to his credit, actually last week said, if you come to the United States and gotten a university degree and you can contribute to society, maybe we should keep you. That's from President Trump. So we've actually found the economic baselines that's saying you could grow by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars the size of the economy. Just keep the people who have talent. And my argument is talent could be a skilled carpenter or a synthetic biologist. But if you're going to grow a society at the same time, the number of children, remember, we are closing schools all over this country, except we don't like to talk about it because we don't have enough children. Maybe actually keeping those who pay taxes, grow the economy, make your life better, and maybe make you healthier. We should fix our immigration system. You lock down the border. You don't import poverty. All right, this is a non sequitur, but let's do it. The immorality of the open border, the cruelty. You're the family that your mom and dad didn't graduate high school. You basically sell your talent. You sell your willingness to work. You hang drywall. What happens when tomorrow I add 4, 5, 6, 7 million people with similar skill sets? What happened to your income? The data is showing that what the president did on the border has made poor people poorer. And then we're working on a paper right now to also show that when you add several million people with a limited housing stock, particularly the least expensive types of housing, much of the reason that inflation, that pricing went up. Border policy. You want to understand why you can't afford an apartment and you're working your heart out? Border policy, and it's economics, it's just math. Oh, David, you're not allowed to talk about that. Screw that, tell the truth. So let's walk through a few other things here. If I came to you and said, okay, David, interest and healthcare costs are the primary drivers of U.S. sovereign debt. Why don't we find the most moral approach to help our brothers and sisters who are sick? And there's an entire chapter in here that walks through math. And it has a point in here that drives people insane, but the math is good. Obesity may add to the United States $9.1 trillion of additional cost. Turns out the most powerful thing you could do to stabilize U.S. borrowing and the morality of letting people live longer, take on obesity. Is this place ready to have a conversation about changing the Farm Bill, nutrition support? Is it moral nutrition support wise to hand someone an EBT card to go buy onion rings? And then what are we going to do healthcare wise? The technology's out there. We've learned that obesity is not just about willpower. Our brains are all wired differently. That's absolutely certified now. Help our brothers and sisters. And the sidecar to that, is we've known for decades 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. The data set for this 5%, majority are obese. Help them. Don't mock them. Don't shame them. Help them. The morality of having a society, once again, when you're having your 5th year of prime-age males dying younger, and we've looked at the data, it's drugs. No, turns out drugs is way up there. Just above drugs, it's actually obesity. I would argue this place is absolutely immoral because of its unwillingness to tell the truth. So, if I come to you and say the Joint Economic Report spent years putting together the data and refining the data to demonstrate that the excess healthcare costs of obesity to this country over the next 10 years is $9.1 trillion. Why isn't this an alarm bell? I mean, we've gotten some very nice editorials. Hey, it's neat that Mr. Schweikert's willing to tell the truth about where the real driver of debt and deficits are and things we could actually fix. But the brain trust around here, well, let's raise taxes. Let's just cut things. Doesn't get you even close. Change policy. Oh, but changing policy would require thinking, and we'd have rooms full of lobbyists that don't want us to change their business models. We'll have bureaucracies that will have to think differently. Well, I'm going to show you in a couple of other slides, you can replace much of the bureaucracies with AI, which is another thing we need to do. Remember, I did a whole presentation here a year ago that in the United States, 33% of all healthcare spending is diabetes, mostly type 2. 31% of Medicare. 31% of Medicare. Remember, I showed you Medicare is now the primary driver of U.S. debt along with interest. 31% of Medicare is now diabetes. If we could actually help our brothers and sisters, why don't we do it? Because we have an industry around us that needs sick people. It's about the money. It's not about solving their misery. Many of the Democrats keep offering these plans saying, well, we're going to... Okay, instead of me being a complete jerk here, over and over and over, if you look at the differences in how we approach policy, my brothers and sisters on the left, let's build more clinics so we can help people manage their misery. And our side, we keep saying, but we're seeing research, there's a cure. Move the money, cure people. Ending someone's misery is much better than helping them maintain it. It's radically different views of the morality of cures. And then when I come to you and say, if you took this number on, it would be one of the single biggest things you could do to save Medicare in its future. And end a hell of a lot of misery of our brothers and sisters who are older. So let's actually walk through actual solutions. Let's see. I want to give you, if I came to you right now, what's the single biggest thing you could do to disrupt spending, and you said, I'm going to give you 6 months to do it. I need you to do a revolution today. I need you to actually think like a utopian economist, and you can execute it. 16% of all U.S. health care is calculated to be people not taking their statin, their calcium inhibitor. Can you believe I have hypertension? Madam Speaker, can you believe I'm wound a little tie? And as long as I take my calcium inhibitor, apparently I won't stroke out. So the pill is just a few pennies. Well, it turns out we could help our brothers and sisters with a little 99-cent pill cap that beats you in the morning saying, hey, you really should take your drug so you stay healthy. We calculate this to be almost $600 billion this year. 16% of healthcare is about $600 billion. How about just the technology of having this stupid thing beep at you in the morning and say, hey, did you check your insulin? Did you take your calcium inhibitor? Did you take your statin? Maybe the pill bottle cap that beeps at you in the morning. This stuff all exists. It's incredibly cheap. We could do it. And we have lobbyists here who oppose trying to get people healthy. It's just absurd. So let's actually walk through a couple other technology solutions. Madam Speaker, may I ask for my time?
The gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the gentleman from Texas, I think I'm going to go about 10 more minutes, then it's yours. All right. So what would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, you know that thing you can wear in your wrist? The FDA about 3 weeks ago said for your heart, it's a medical device. Apple got its watch certified as a medical device because the next generation is so good managing heart. What if there's the Dexcom or something else you can put on your arm over the counter that helps you manage your blood glucose? What if there's the thing you can blow into that says, hey, you have a virus, we're going to order your antivirals? Those technologies actually exist. And this place layer after layer after layer of bureaucratic crap to make it from being able to write you a script. My understanding is the AMA is going to oppose me in my election because I'm trying to cut the price of health care and make your life healthier and better. And unlike the Democrats who play these stupid games of, well, we're going to help people get their insulin less expensive, let's give Big Pharma $16 billion and we'll buy down the price. How about doing things to actually make it so the co-ops like Civica RX down the street that makes insulin cheaper? Why wouldn't we have promoted crashing the price instead of subsidizing Big Pharma? It's actually insane. The left wants you, basically, industrial policy to control you. We want markets to crash the price and make people healthier. Legalize the technology. It's moral. People have the right to take care of themselves. They have the right to be healthy. They have the right to use this technology. And this place substantially keeps it illegal. So let's do some other things. What happens if I could adopt artificial intelligence to make your life having to deal with government better, faster, cheaper, and a lot more accurate? So we're working on an experiment with the IRS. And it's still crap. There was a report that came out just a couple days ago saying, hey, only about 80% of the calls are getting answered, which is dramatically better than 4 or 5 years ago, where it was like 5% of the calls. But we have a level of AI chat, because you build a stack and it's just an expert on this. It's not Terminator, it's not a generative AI that says, I just need help on this form. How do I fill it out? If you use technology, the voice will stay on the phone with you. It will help you fill out your form. It'll even email or text you the form you need, maybe even send you the video so you know how to do it. You could crash the cost of government by adopting technology. IRS has already hired like 6,000 more people to answer the phone. What's the pension cost on that? I'm not being mean. At some point, I got to figure out how to finance these things. When technology would have been faster, better, more accurate, and you could have called it in the middle of the night. How do I get, well, it turns out I have gotten some of this. At least my brothers and sisters here, they've actually helped me. For the VA, for the IRS, for the Pentagon, we've actually been able to get a number of our AI amendments to do things like this. We actually got attached to the NDAA something called the Audit Act. Turns out I think we're in like our 8th year where the audits of the Pentagon has been incapable of knowing the assets. The audit of the Pentagon is a failure. They can't audit it. It's unauditable. Turns out we were able to get amendments attached saying, just use technology. Let the technology crawl through the data, every invoice, every receipt, every this, every that, and find where the hell are all the assets. We think there's $4 trillion of assets we can't identify in the Pentagon. It's absurd. And a technology package solves that. I've offered this for years. I used to go, David, we can't do that. Turns out this year, maybe I am making some progress because this got attached. We're finally going the right direction. So let's actually walk through a couple other things. AI's integration could add trillions of dollars to the global economy. There's a point out there that on the high end, if we allowed technology to make governments more efficient, society more efficient, you could add a few $1 trillion in global expansion. Remember how before I was talking about what happens if the world is flat population growth-wise? Where do you get the productivity? Remember your high school economics class. What are the two ways you're paid more? Inflation, well, that's crap because you basically tread water. Productivity, your salary goes up because of productivity. Help the productivity enter our country and the world. Let's have a more prosperous country. Just one or two more. How many of you hear complaints over and over and over and over and over from patients, from doctors, from hospitals, from clinics, from insurance companies? Everyone's mad at each other. Oh, they don't pay my claim. Oh, they don't do the claim right. We have a piece of legislation called Clean Claims. Just use technology to do it. We estimate for many medical clinics and doctors, we can cut their costs in half. What would happen to your price of getting health care if the doctor, the clinic, the surgery center you go to, its overall cost is half? You want to change the price of health care. Do you do it by just changing the financing? Because that's all Obamacare was. Remember, Obamacare was a financing bill. It moved from who pays here to who gets subsidized. It just moved it to these folks get subsidized, so these people get to pay. In reality, we just borrow the money now. Those are financing bills. They don't change what we pay. The technology changes what we pay. We've had multiple amendments we got put together to actually even study how we do things better, faster, cheaper, and healthier. But instead of just putting a room full of people together, it turns out AI can do the study in days and tell us how we could help our veterans have better, healthier outcomes and crash the price. We were able to get this attached. So we're starting to make some progress. And we did the same thing in other parts to create, we were able to move $1 million around to actually administer veterans benefits better, faster, cheaper, and you don't need an army of people to do it. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, in a moment I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Texas because he needed a couple of minutes to share some things. But I want to make the point. The Joint Economic Committee Republicans didn't just do the typical sniping at the Democrats or the president. We worked through the math and the scale of the actual problems ahead of us. And then we actually laid out ways we could make a better, healthier, more productive, more prosperous society. Is this body actually capable of reading a couple chapters, working with us and saying, okay, maybe we could adopt some policies that crash borrowing, grow the economy, and make everyone's lives better? Because that's our argument, that there's a path. The other dystopian part, though, is I think we only have 3 to 5 years, and then at that part, the bond market runs your country. Because everything we do will be to keep the bond market from ever getting nervous. Because we calculate this year a single basis point. 1 point of interest is 100 basis points. A single basis point is $800 million. Meaning sometimes when the clown show, the members of Congress here do dumb things, we can actually see the market stressing out. And sometimes just because someone here says something outrageous, the next day it costs you a few $1 billion in additional interest. Because remember, we're still borrowing $80,000 to $100,000 a second every day. And do those of us who are baby boomers, do I have a moral obligation to keep your retirement solid, but also not destroy the future of the younger generation? We can do it. You're just going to have to sort of realize the solution's complex, and there's a way to get there. And Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to yield whatever remaining time there is to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman yields back.
I thank the gentleman
Under
from
the
Arizona.
Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like millions of Americans last night, I watched the presidential debate. And much of what I heard from President Biden was disappointing. But one statement in particular made me angry. And I know it angered our veterans, it angered the American people, and especially it angered the Gold Star families. President Biden said last night, quote, "Truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that didn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did," end of quote. That is a lie, Mr. President. I'd like to remind President Biden of the 13 service members that died on his watch during a terrorist attack at Abbey Gate on August 26, 2021, during his deadly and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. Their names are Marine Lance Corporal David Lee Espinoza, Marine Sergeant Nicole G., Marine Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Noss, Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, Marine Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, Marine Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, Marine Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui, Marine Sergeant Johanny Rosario Picardo, Marine Corporal Humberto Sanchez, Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, Navy Hospital Man Maxton Max Soviak, and Marine Corporal Dagan William Tyler Page. And there they are, the fallen, who were killed and blown by a suicide bomber who, by the way, escaped from Bagram Air Base as thousands of other ISIS-K terrorists did that day. And God knows where they are now, threatening the security of the United States. It was the deadliest day for the United States in Afghanistan in over a decade, Mr. President. And it will remain a stain on America and American foreign policy for generations. And it happened under Joe Biden's watch. Shame on him. Shame on him for his heartless comments that disregard the ultimate sacrifice of so many Americans under his tenure as Commander-in-Chief. So to the fallen heroes, I say, well done, good and faithful servants, and may God hold you in the palm of his hands. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President and to direct their remarks to the Chair. And under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. We just got done with the debate last night, and obviously a lot of Americans are discussing public policy. I think I want to address what I consider the three greatest crises facing America today, only one of which was brought up by the press last night. The one brought up by the press last night, which cannot be overstated, is the crisis at the border. I was disappointed that last night people did not talk about the size of the crisis. Okay, we're in a situation right now in which we have about 250,000 people crossing our border every month. Under President Trump, that number, varying on the month, was between 5,000 and 10,000 people. So we've gone from 10,000 to over 200,000 people coming here last month, and I think the press should be doing a better job of describing the size of that crisis. I think they also have to do a better job of questioning the amount of legal immigrants that are coming here. Some people are under the impression, or seem to be under the impression, that people who are coming to this country, and as the result changing this country, is only on the southern border. Actually, we have almost 1 million people a year, depending on the year, 850 to 950,000 people coming here legally. So it is not impossible for people to come here, and I think there ought to be more focus on the 900 or 950,000 people who are sworn in every year as Americans. I also think there ought to be more focus on the, depending on the month, 7,000 to 9,000 unaccompanied minors coming in this country. For those of us who watched the debate last night, President Biden tried to weigh in on supposedly people kept apart from their parents. That was for a short period of time because their parents committed crimes. Here we have between 7,000 and 9,000 people coming in every month who are unaccompanied by either parent. And as the result, I think it's possible that they will never see their parents again. But the press does not emphasize or talk about what should be very discussed in this country, and that is, should we continue to allow children in this country without either of their parents present? And if we are going to do it, what is going to become of those children? Because we do know that, depending upon your source, tens of thousands of these children, we not only have them in this country without their parents, but we don't even know where they are. So I think we have to talk a lot more about what's going on our southern border and talk a lot more in specifics as to, do we continue to allow unaccompanied minors in this country, and exactly how many people should be coming into this country, what we would describe illegally. And we should talk about the fact that we have a new program under President Biden in which 30,000 people a month, or 360,000 people a year, are being let in through the parole program through Haiti, or if you're Haitian, if you're Cuban, for some Central American countries. Another significant way America is changing and is not being addressed. Now, the next issue that I'd like to talk about, we had a hearing yesterday touching upon the idea of racial preferences or racial breaks in employment, be it government employment, be it employment in businesses that do business with contractors. It seems strange that in America we have programs based on the theory that we have a huge amount of racism in America. We live at a time in which the wealthiest Americans, or the wealthiest group, is people from India. Second wealthiest group, in the sources I find, Philippines. Third wealthiest group, Chinese. People from Cuba are doing very well. People from other countries in the Caribbean are doing well. But there is this drumbeat that America has a horrible racist past, or a horrible racist present, which I just think is not true at all. So we have to ask about the motivation of people who keep these programs coming, in which we identify people by where their great-great-grandparents come from. There recently was a book that came out called America's Cultural Revolution by a guy by the name of Christopher Rufo, which kind of confirmed my worst suspicions. And that is the reason why we're taking almost all of these immigrant groups and trying to give them preferences, is that the goal is to divide America. There is a small but determined number of progressives in America who would like to permanently change America, have a different form of government. These people have been around in America in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. They've certainly been around in the 60s. And during most of this time, they felt the way to overthrow America or permanently change America was through a class system. And they wanted to turn everybody against the wealthy people and have a revolution based on this, and we'd have a new or different kind of government. Well, eventually, in the 70s or 80s, they gave up on that. They realized that wouldn't work. The American middle class is too strong. Americans love their freedom too much, and they were not going to be able to succeed in giving us a different form of government by breaking people down into how much money they were making. But it came upon to some of them that one way you could destroy America is create friction via race. And in the early 80s, they decided that's what they were going to try to do, and they would go through America's institutions. The first institutions being the institutions based on education. Now, again, it seems to me absurd that of all countries in the world, you could divide America or make America unstable based on race. I mean, there are other countries in which there are racial or religious divides that are really divide the country. In India, you look at the Hindu and the Muslim. In Nigeria, you look at the Hindu and the Muslim. In Iraq, you look at the Shiite and the Sunni. You could even look at a country like Canada, which has problems because you have the English speakers and the French speakers, or a huge number of countries in Africa which are broken down by racial tribes. But America is such a great melting pot. We all get along so well. As just mentioned, people come here from all around the globe other than Europe and succeed wildly. It seems bizarre that anybody would say the way to break down America is divide by race. But that is what they're trying to do. Another example of the lack of racism in America is if you look up the new people who come to America, who are sworn in as new citizens, and they have these ceremonies in Wisconsin every month in the city of Milwaukee. I've attended several of them. At least none of the 10 countries that we allow to come in here and get sworn in American citizens are European countries. They are countries from Southeast Asia, they are countries from the Indian subcontinent, they are countries from all over Latin America. I mean, it seems almost ridiculous that someone would say America has a racist problem or are so Eurocentric when the vast majority of people who we allow to become citizens are not of European descent. Another thing that makes it so strange or shows how divisive the left is trying to be is they do all they can to tell as many people as possible that they are being picked on and should view themselves as a separate ethnic identity. How do they do that? They do it by giving preferences, be it in government contracting, be it in government employment, based on race, regardless of how well you've had it otherwise. And here in America, people pushing the diversity, equity, inclusion will say that if my grandparents came here from India and I'm in the process of inheriting $20 million, I still get preferences and should be, when I go to the ballot box, presumably, be looking out for other people from India or be looking out from other people of Japan and not just voting as an American. Another example of this is their bizarre idea of trying to define people by where they come from. I'll give you an example. Right now, if somebody comes here from Spain, they are not considered a picked upon minority. But if somebody with Spanish ancestors spends 3 or 4 generations in Cuba, they are considered to be Latin Americans in need of special help. Now, obviously, I don't think the average American could tell the difference between somebody who came here from Spain or somebody who had Spanish ancestry who went through Cuba. But in the eyes of the DEI specialists, in an effort to get as many people as possible walking around with a chip on their shoulder, in an effort to ingratiate themselves to as many different people as possible, their rules are such that if you are of Spanish descent but spent a couple generations in Cuba, your ancestors did, well, guess what? we need to give you special privileges as far as government contracting, government hiring, being hired by companies that do business with the government. So it's something that I think we have to bring up more. I think it's something that should be a topic in America. We recently added a new group to get preferences for government contracts or get preferences in government hiring, and that is a group of people called North Africans or Middle Easterners. And again, the Biden administration, even though immigrants here from Iran do very well, very great people, and as the result succeed overwhelmingly in America, the Biden administration has said that if you come here and your ancestors are from Iran, from Egypt, from Morocco, from Gaza, quite frankly, you will be treated as an aggrieved minority and you will be given preferences over Americans who are already in the United States, and we should discuss, was that the right thing? The incompetent American press corps has hardly publicized that. I go home and I explain this to the people back home. How come we never heard of it? You never heard of it because the American press corps is not particularly competent. But that should have been something that is being discussed. It should have been discussed at the debate last night. The press should have said, are you in favor of the policy that if an immigrant comes here from Iran, from Syria, from Gaza, from Morocco, you will be given preferences over the native-born Americans when it comes to government hiring, working for government contractors, or being the beneficiary of a government contract, or for that matter, being the beneficiary of a government grant. So I strongly encourage the press corps to educate Americans what's going on here and to see whether we should continue this policy. I mentioned for a second, by the way, about people who are working for companies with a government grant. Very few people know that if you have a company that does business with the government and you have at least 50 employees and do $10,000 of business with the federal government, you are required to fill out a form every year listing the racial background of every one of your employees together with their compensation and job description. And the purpose of those forms is so that the government can look at them and perhaps cause trouble from you if the answers on the form are not what they like. Again, if you're working, say, for a company like, we'll take General Motors, who I'm sure does a lot of business with the government. Most people do not know that they are required to fill out a form every year listing the race and sex and compensation of every employee. Is that something we should be doing? And as the result, it means that when it comes to hiring or promoting or letting people go, your race will have a play into how those decisions are made. So I think that's something that should be discussed more. We had a hearing on some of this the other day. I do not think America can remain the great country that it is if we are teaching, particularly our immigrant groups, that they should be asking for or expecting something based on their racial history. Not to mention you're not dealing with merit. Inevitably, if you're saying, I'm not going to pick the best person, I'm going to pick persons by their background, you're going to lower the quality of engineers, lower the quality of product that these companies put out, lower the quality of our medical professionals, what have you. It's time to get rid of this stuff. Most of these rules began to be put in effect in 1965 under Lyndon Johnson. So we have lived with them, though I think the companies are more afraid of them now, but we've lived with them for 55 years. It's time to put an end to these programs. One more comment as far as the effect it's having on the native born. There was a study done not long ago of 88 companies in the S&P 200. And when they got done looking at the number of people hired during 2001, 2002, in those companies, 74% were non-white, which indicates what? If almost none of the new hires were white, it indicates to me that the companies were going out of the way due to the pressure to be all DEI to not hire white people, which is, I do believe somebody should look into this further and see why only 6% of the new hires were white. The next issue that was not debated last night, but it is what I thought was the number one issue facing America when I ran for this job 10 years ago, and sadly we're not talking about it. When you talk to people my age, they uniformly feel that America is not as great a country or favorable country to live in as the country we grew up in. And when you ask them why, one of the top 2 or 3 reasons, frequently the number one reason, is the breakdown in the family. The breakdown in the family did not just happen. There are people who have never wanted the old-fashioned nuclear family to succeed or be dominant in the United States. This goes back to Karl Marx and Engels, who wrote at length about the fact that they wanted to get rid of the family. They wanted the dominant unit to be the government. They wanted the government to raise people. They wanted the government to brainwash people or teach people how to think. It is unfortunately, apparently not uncommon for people in American universities to follow or be a little bit entranced by the writings of Marx and Engels. And as the result, we see Americans, say in the 1960s, some of the leading feminists, some of the people involved in the Black Liberation Movement, outright opponents of the old-fashioned nuclear family. Angela Davis was an example of somebody well known for people of my age, who was a very important revolutionary figure in the 1960s, who eventually came out for the breakdown of the family. There are right now approximately 78 programs in which your eligibility for the program is based on the income level of your household. Because the way they calculate poverty, it means that if you have one decent wage earner in the household, you probably aren't eligible for these programs, which means as a practical matter, if you have one parent, frequently the mother, in the household, she is eligible for all sorts of benefits. Eligible for free housing, eligible for free food, eligible for free health care, eligible for free Pell Grants to go to college. If she would marry someone with a decent income, she would lose all these benefits. Another benefit that can easily be $6,000 to $8,000 is the Earned Income Tax Credit. If she decides to work a little, she also may be eligible for free daycare. So you add up these benefits, and it's not unusual to find hypotheticals in which someone can be penalized by $25,000 or $30,000 tax-free income if you decide not to be married. And conversely, you can lose $25,000 or $30,000 if you decide to be married. This is a problem that has been pointed out since Senator Monahan in the late 60s, though nothing has been done about it. And the rate of children born without a mother and father at home has skyrocketed since the middle 60s when these programs were put into effect. As a matter of fact, usually what we do is we throw more money in these programs, and in the current budget that Congress is working through for the year beginning October 1st, President Biden did try to increase the number of these programs, which in other words is to put more of a bribe on people to not live in the what they call the old-fashioned nuclear family. By the way, another group that does not like the nuclear family, or what they described as the so-called Western prescribed nuclear family, was the original founders of Black Lives Matter. And it's shocking the number of people who work in this chamber who were happy, even after Black Lives Matter came out against the nuclear family, who would stand by it, who would attend rallies with those signs out there. But it just shows people the power of people who have this anti-family agenda. In any event, I am very interested in when the new Congress is sworn in next January as to what the new president, who will work with that Congress, thinks about the huge marriage penalties we have in our society, as we seemingly in this country seem to have a goal of having more and more people raised in single-parent families rather than married couples. And a variety of problems come from this. Well, there are wonderful children raised by all parents. Statistically, it would be better in many cases, probably most cases, to have both the mother and father at home. And the current system, which frequently discourages in particular the father from being at home, it takes away the purpose in a lot of these men's lives. And I think a lot of the problems we have in society, depression, crime, drugs, can be attributed to the fact that the American government today seems to not want to give men a purpose in life by encouraging them to be part of an old-fashioned nuclear family. So in any event, I would ask the press corps, as they cover the presidential race, to see where the candidates stand on the idea of racial preferences. Should we continue to say, for example, that if somebody is 1/4 Peruvian, they therefore can fill out the form and say, I'm an aggrieved minority? I wonder, do they agree with the idea that immigrants who come here from Iran or Gaza are immediately entitled to preferences in government employment or preferences in hiring by corporations? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know where the candidates stand on the huge marriage penalties we have in effect, which appear to be put in place by people who do not want children raised with both parents at home. Do they plan on doing something about it? I'd like to know, because it's one of the biggest problems we're facing in America. It's not talked about. And then when it comes to illegal immigration, I'd like a little more discussion of numbers. And if we're going to begin to take people outside the normal pathway to become a citizen, how many people should that be every month? Should it be 5,000 a month like we had under President Trump? Should it be 200,000? Should it be 300,000? Should it be over 400,000? I don't know, but I think the press should try to nail down the candidates on that. So in any event, those are three issues that I think a competent press corps would be putting out there in the newspapers so that people can analyze those issues and decide which way the government wants to handle each one of those issues. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yeah, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today is a new day for California. The United States Supreme Court has just issued a landmark decision relating to homelessness and has taken the course of action that I asked it to in an amicus brief that I organized on behalf of myself and several other representatives from California and other Western states. This decision gives our communities back the power to regulate homelessness in a smart, common sense, and compassionate way. Right now, homelessness in California is a crisis. It is a tragedy. It is a national disgrace. Half of the unsheltered homeless in the entire country are in California. And the consequences of that throughout our state have been profound. The unchecked growth of homeless encampments is causing many of our communities to deteriorate. It's associated with crime, disease, open drug use, and many other problems. Businesses are closing in California seemingly every day because of this problem. You have families that have to walk around tents or dodge needles just walking their kids to school or going out to get groceries. And the problem has only continued to get worse and worse. It is rooted, in many respects, in an extremely misguided and unique across the country decision from the Ninth Circuit, which covers California and some other states in the West. This decision, known as Martin v. Boise, tied the hands of states, cities, counties, local communities in being able to deal with homeless encampments. It effectively has made it impossible to ban camping in public places or to regulate encampments in our parks, streets, and sidewalks in a common sense way and limit the ability to set up tent encampments. This decision, again, came from the Ninth Circuit in California, covering all of California, and such a decision does not exist anywhere else in the country. Yet our communities have been subject to it for several years now. So today's decision from the U.S. Supreme Court finally looked at whether that local lower court decision in the Ninth Circuit was correct. And I wrote an amicus brief urging the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn the Boise decision. And that is precisely what the court did today. This is an incredibly significant moment for our state. It is restoring the power to local communities that should never have been taken away. And it is a chance to truly turn things around. It presents an opportunity for a much better future in California. We can now reclaim our public spaces, restore order, reduce crime. We can make our communities safer and healthier. Our streets and sidewalks can become walkable and safe again. Businesses can return and local economies can flourish. Our parks can become places for recreation and can be safe and pleasant for kids and families. And maybe most important of all, we can get homeless individuals into shelters and connect them with the services that they need to get back on their feet and turn their life around. This is the true tragedy of the situation that has been allowed to exist and fester and get worse and worse in California, is that we have so many people living in our streets and all too tragically, nearly every day, dying on our streets, who have substance abuse problems, who have mental health issues, and yet because of the state of the law, are not getting access to the help they need. These are folks that could live great, happy, fulfilling lives, but because of the state of the law, they're stuck, living in terrible conditions, unable to turn their lives around. This decision also comes just one day after the California Secretary of State has certified for November a ballot initiative that would in large part overturn and amend Proposition 47, which has also been linked to the rise of homelessness and crime in California. This initiative will restore appropriate consequences for repeat thieves. It will enable us to get treatment for repeat drug offenders, and it will toughen penalties for fentanyl dealers and help us get that crisis under control. So these two things, the reversal of the Boise decision and the opportunity to reform Proposition 47, truly are a turning point for California. For those who look around and wonder every day what became of our beautiful state, today is a new day. Our state has been heading in the wrong direction for some time, but I believe this is a chance to move in a totally different direction. This is a chance to restore common sense and improve the quality of life for all Californians. This is a chance to make our communities a better place to live, work, raise a family, and retire. It's a chance to become the state that leads the nation in the right ways again. California has so much to offer, so much potential, so much possibility. And today, I am as hopeful for our state as I've been in a very long time. Madam Speaker, today I am calling once again on President Biden to release the tapes of his interviews with Special Counsel Robert Hur. The House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena asking for these recordings, and Biden and his Justice Department have unlawfully refused and exerted executive privilege in a situation where that privilege is totally inapplicable. And we don't need to speculate as to why the administration is doing this. They have told us so directly. In a letter to the Judiciary Committee, the White House stated that they are afraid that the recordings would be used against the president and damage him politically. But the thing is, that is not an appropriate basis for defying a congressional subpoena. Let's remember how this all started. After it was discovered that the president was unlawfully in possession of classified documents, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Special Counsel Robert Hur to investigate the matter. After a months-long investigation, Mr. Hur issued a report in which he found substantial evidence that the president had committed the crime of willfully retaining classified documents. And his purpose for doing so was to assist him in writing a book that he sold for personal profit. So Special Counsel Hur reported this significant evidence of crimes, but he did not charge the president. And one of the reasons he said he did not do so, even though he testified that a reasonable juror could have voted to convict, is because he found, based on his experience with the president in the interviews, that he would come across to a jury as I believe the quote was, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. So the Judiciary Committee has multiple legitimate grounds for getting access to the materials surrounding this investigation. This is a basic oversight function. This is how it works when it comes to the separation of powers and checks and balances. And the committee has clearly articulated the rationale for being entitled to the recordings. And yet the Justice Department refused to hand them over, and then on the very day that the Judiciary Committee convened to issue a contempt citation against the Attorney General for defying the subpoena, suddenly there was an assertion of executive privilege. However, there are several reasons that this is invalid. Number one is that the privilege has been waived if there ever was a privilege. The White House has already released transcripts of the interviews, and so there's no rational basis for saying that the transcripts are not privileged, but the interview itself, the recordings themselves, are privileged. Secondly, the administration has now presented contradictory arguments for withholding the recordings. At first, they said, well, we're not going to give them to you because we already gave you the transcripts, and that's cumulative, meaning they're the same thing. But now the administration is arguing that they're so different that one is privileged and the other is not. The main basis that they've given for withholding the recordings is that this will somehow discourage witnesses in future investigations from cooperating with the investigation. But this argument has no merit whatsoever. Because again, they've already handed over the recordings. So whatever deterrent effect might exist, surely it would apply to the possible revelation of the interviews in printed form just as much as it would in oral form. That being said, we also need to remember that the president was not just a witness in this case, he was actually the target of the investigation. And so if we're really looking at what effect this will have on future investigations, it would only apply to that very narrow set of investigations where it's a president being investigated by his own administration. And apparently the argument that the president or attorney general are making is that in that future, very narrow circumstance, if the president knows that the transcript of his interviews will be released, he'll be okay sitting for the interview, but if he knows that the recording will be released, then he won't. Obviously, this makes no sense whatsoever. And the reason that the White House is just grasping for completely frivolous arguments is because they've actually already revealed their true motivation. They put it in print. They put it in writing. They said that they're afraid this will be used against the president politically. But that's not the way the rule of law works. And I find it offensive, as a member of the House, that the White House and the Attorney General have so little respect for the separation of powers and checks and balances and are willing to put politics before the rule of law. So today, I am once again calling upon the President and the Attorney General to follow the law, comply with the subpoena, and release those recordings to the public. Madam Speaker, following the testimony before our committee, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee yesterday, by Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, I am again calling for the Senate to pass legislation that has already passed this House to stop California from banning gas-powered vehicles. California has announced this ban, and now some 18 other states are going along with it, states that have linked their emissions policies to California. And the ban is set to go into effect by 2035. This was done, by the way, simply by regulation, not even by a vote of the legislature. Now, I am all for electronic vehicles. I have many constituents who drive them. However, I think that it should be a matter of choice, that folks should have the opportunity to select what vehicle they want to drive. Now, the interesting thing about yesterday's testimony by Secretary Buttigieg is that he actually agreed with me. He testified several times and confirmed in response to my questioning that he does not favor a ban on gas-powered vehicles. He said that this should be a matter for consumers to choose. So supposedly that would appear to be the same position that I have, that this should be a matter of consumer choice. But then I asked him whether he is against California's attempt to ban gas-powered vehicles. And the Secretary responded, well, no, this is a matter of states' rights. The state should be able to do whatever it wants. Here's the problem. The federal government, the Biden administration, is actually enabling California to do this. California would not have the ability to ban gas-powered cars if it were not for the Biden administration giving it special authority to do so, giving California a waiver under the Clean Air Act. This is something that California asked the Biden administration for, and the Biden administration granted. So saying that they're just deferring to what the state is doing, that argument has no merit. In fact, it is precisely the actions of the Biden administration that is allowing California to take this completely overreaching action of saying we are going to ban all gas-powered vehicles within about a decade. So I was very happy that legislation that I'm supporting, the Preserving Choice in Vehicles Act, passed the House of Representatives. This would simply rescind the authority that the Biden administration gave California to ban gas-powered cars. It passed the House of Representatives, but it has been languishing in the Senate. And I think it is incredibly important that the Senate take action so that we restore the confidence on the part of consumers in California and now in many other parts of the country that their right to choose which vehicle to buy will not be taken away. Madam Speaker, following yesterday's testimony by Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, I am again calling for oversight and ideally the end of the high-speed rail project in California. The Biden administration recently awarded California High-Speed Rail $3.1 billion. And Secretary Buttigieg stood behind the project in his testimony yesterday. However, this project has now been going on for 16 years. It's its cost has multiplied many times over. Estimates are it's now around $128 billion. And the LA Times reported that there is a $100 billion funding shortfall, even with the $3.1 billion that the Biden administration provided. Yet nevertheless, despite this enormous increase in cost, and despite the fact that essentially nothing has been built for 16 years, the Biden administration is giving life support for the project in a way that will cause Californians to have to keep paying taxes to support it going forward. And a way as well that takes money away, funding away that could have gone towards maintaining our roads and providing the transportation services that California so desperately needs. So I asked Secretary Buttigieg about a report from the New York Times that the bullet train actually is not even on track to be finished this century. Not on track to be finished this century. And the secretary disagreed with the New York Times. He said it will be finished this century. In fact, he said it will be finished by 2050, by mid-century, although he would not provide any further estimate, other than to say that it should be completed within the next 26 years. However, if you look at people who have been directly involved in the project, they say it's not going to be finished at all. Michael Tenenbaum, who was the first leader of the High-Speed Rail Authority, said this. He said, "I realized the system didn't work. I don't know how they can build it now." Dan Richard, who was also chairman of the High-Speed Rail Authority, in fact, the longest-serving chairman, says, "I don't think it is an existing project. It is a loser." Rich Tolmack, who is head of the nonprofit California Rail Foundation, says, "It will never be operable." So why is the Biden administration giving it $3.1 billion? And why is a project that has a $100 billion funding shortfall allowed to continue? The reality is that high-speed trains have been built in many parts of the world. And folks who travel abroad in America, they see it work. Indeed, one of the first operators of the High-Speed Rail Authority worked on it here in California for several years, and then said, "We're out. Enough is enough." They left. They said it's too politically dysfunctional here. So they decided to go to North Africa, where they said it was less politically dysfunctional. And they indeed did bring a high-speed rail train online in Morocco in 2018. So this project has failed not because of the limits of the technology, or even necessarily because of a lack of demand. It has failed because of political failures. And at this point, our state would be much better served if we stopped throwing good money after bad. And so I'm fortunate, I'm glad to see that the Transportation Committee, led by Chairman Graves, has opened up an investigation into the High-Speed Rail Authority. And I believe it is about time there was finally some accountability for what might be one of the biggest boondoggles in the history of the United States. Madam Speaker, I now wish to recognize a few outstanding organizations in my district. Madam Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 50-year anniversary of Pottery World, a valued retailer in California's 3rd Congressional District. Throughout the years, this business enterprise has served as a premier destination for one's home and garden design needs. In 1974, Jim and Sharon Rada started the business by setting up shop at an open-air market, Denio's Auction in Roseville. Their first retail outlet was on Auburn Boulevard, where they sold salt and pepper shakers, dinnerware, and cookie jars. Well, the style, times, and types of items sold at the store have changed. One constant has remained, and that is their commitment to selling pots. Marked by the American entrepreneurial spirit, a passion for beautiful design, and tireless devotion, working 7 days a week for 7 years, the Rada family's dream blossomed into a thriving business and became a family legacy. In 2000, their second retail location in Rockland opened, featuring a spectacular 30,000 square foot indoor showroom and a 3-acre outdoor display area. The Rockland retail complex is completed by the highly acclaimed restaurant, the Pottery World Cafe. In 2008, they opened their third store in El Dorado Hills. Through this growth, their family now employs over 80 people and offers thousands of unique luxury items, including pottery imported from 7 different countries. Pottery World is known not only for having a large selection of indoor and outdoor living amenities, fountains, pottery, and boutique, but also for their generous spirit and participation in their community. I applaud Pottery World for their 5 decades of contributions to our local economy and dedication to inspiring luxury home decor and design. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I am proud to recognize and congratulate Pottery World for reaching this significant milestone and wish them continued success in the years to come. Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize Flights to Freedom for their significant contributions towards fighting human trafficking. Sadly, human trafficking occurs across our country, in all 50 states, and has become one of the fastest growing criminal activities in the world, as an approximately $150 billion a year global criminal industry. This form of modern-day slavery can include sexual exploitation, domestic servitude, child soldiers, forced labor, organ selling, financial bondage, forced marriage, and extortation. Flights for Freedom is dedicated to partnering with law enforcement and government agencies to provide rescued human trafficking victims with private, safe air transportation to transport them to safety and reunite them with their family, loved ones, and support groups. It is because of organizations like Flights for Freedom that children and other victims are able to find a way out of these horrific situations, recover, and lead a successful life. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I am honored to recognize Flights to Freedom today for their dedicated efforts towards ending human trafficking and providing hope as well as a way home. Madam Speaker, I wish to celebrate the centennial anniversary of the Piper versus Big Pine School District of Inyo County decision, which led to the desegregation of Native American youth in California public schools. At a young age of 15 years old, Alice Piper, a member of the Big Pine Paiute tribe of California, was joined by 6 other Native American students from Inyo County who sought to enroll in the new local public school. When they were denied entry due to their Native American heritage, these young students courageously fought for equality by taking their case to the California Supreme Court. On June 2nd, 1924, the Supreme Court of California unanimously ruled in Piper's favor, opening the door for Native American students in the state of California to attend public schools. This ruling was cited as precedent in the landmark U.S. Supreme Court case Brown versus the Board of Education, which of course established racial segregation in public schools as unconstitutional. Alice Piper was a trailblazer in California history, whose bravery and tenacity was instrumental towards expanding the civil rights and educational opportunities available to millions of students across the state and eventually the country for generations to come. As a former educator myself, I am proud to stand on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and join the Big Pine Paiute tribe and Native American communities throughout the state of California in commemorating 100 years later this landmark decision that changed the course of history and ended the segregation of Native American students in California schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024.